Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Beaumont City Council meeting for the closed session for May 21st, 2024. And we'll call the meeting to order at 5:02. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here. Do we have any public comments regarding closed session?
I have no written requests for closed session. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pinckney, can you please read the items for discussion for closed session?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, potential case. Item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3 and its workers' comp case number COBM 42.
All right, thank you, and we'll adjourn to closed session at 5:03. Okay, good evening, everybody. This is the city council meeting for the city of Beaumont for May 21st, and we'll open today's meeting at 6:03 PM. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here. Thank you. And can we get a report out of closed session, Mr.
Yes.
Pinckney?
The council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. That involved one potential case. There was no reportable action taken. Item B2 was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation, and that involved workers' compensation case number COBM 0042. There was no reportable action taken on that item either.
All right, thank you. And do we have any excused absences coming up? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we're going to open tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. We lost a pillar in the community on Friday, and that was Mr. Art Welch, who had served as a city council member for the city of Banning, and was a volunteer in many aspects and set a good example to us all. And so if we can take a moment and for that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And then by way of announcement for Mr. Welch, his life celebration will be held on Friday, June 1st at 1 p.m. at the Sun Lakes Lodge Ballroom in Banning. And then we will officially open our meeting today with an invocation from Mr. Scott Mason. And following that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
50 years ago, I had lunch on the steps out front en route to my grandparents' home in Yucca Valley, never knowing I'd spend the last 25 years living and serving here. And the person who called me and invited me to serve here was none other than the chair of the pastor nominating committee of the Beaumont Presbyterian Church, Mr. Art Welch. So let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for our beautiful community. We give you thanks for the beautiful mountains that we look upon. We give you thanks for our rich history, our hopeful future, and that you are with us in this present time. We give you thanks for all who live here, work here, have deep roots and part of their heart here, and those who will one day be a part of this wonderful community. We give you thanks and ask for your protection always upon our troops who keep us safe, our first responders who serve us. We pray for our schools. We pray for all in paid positions in our city and leadership and in staff positions of support. We pray for our city council and mayor, that they know satisfaction in their work, that it's important. And we ask that you help them to serve with wisdom and discernment, energy, intelligence, imagination, and love. As we pledge ourselves one nation under God, we pledge as well this community under your lordship and leadership. We pray thy will be done, thy kingdom come in Beaumont as it is in heaven. Be with us and help us to do all that we can to share your love with our words and deeds, to know that our sacrifices for others are not in vain, and to know how blessed we are to live and work and serve in this community. And in Jesus' name we pray, and everybody said, amen. Thank you.
Please join me in salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so I got a message here, written reference to Art. I may not have said it correctly. The live celebration is June 21st at 1 p.m. I may have said May by accident. So June 21st, 1 p.m., Sun Lakes Ballroom. Thank you. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any conflicts of interest disclosures this evening? Okay, and then We'll go on to item E1, announcements and recognitions and proclamations. Thank you, perfect timing. And then while doing this, could I ask that all the Public Works staff please stand in recognition as I read this? Thank you. The proclamation of National Public Works Week, May 19th through the 25th of 2024. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Beaumont. And whereas the infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Beaumont to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th of 2024 as National Public Works Week. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all the work that you do to make Beaumont better. Again, thank you, everybody. Appreciate the hard work you do. So Nicole, do we have any public comments this evening for any items that are not on the agenda?
I have no written comments for this section. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead, you're on with council.
Thank you. Yes, council, this is Ron Roy from Fairway Canyon. Recent actions by the city have me concerned about the current process used to review logistics projects. A warehouse invasion is underway in Beaumont, and pass area and logistics developers are looking for malleable city councils to quickly and conveniently approve these massive projects for a small payoff so that these out-of-town developers can take their billions in lease revenue elsewhere. Banning and Calamasa have been very accommodating recently, but I don't want Beaumont to fall in the same trap. From what I've heard from the recent city council discussions about warehouses, I'm concerned that the city council is too preoccupied with the money and are sacrificing our way of life for a fairly cheap price from the developer's perspective, essentially willing to transform Beaumont into a warehouse town. I already see its impact with over 50% of Beaumont's workforce working in our warehouses at low wages in buildings that, given the past area climate, do not provide comfortable or safe working conditions. In addition to the millions of square feet of big boxes already in operation, thousands of acres of rural land are up for grabs, which bring tens of thousands of such spewing trucks taking over our carefully planned residential communities, which, by the way, we call our home. The problem is the overwhelming majority of the people who live here don't want these warehouses, and we're not seeing the council work for us. That is why I think Council Beaumont needs a ballot initiative that requires the logistics projects over 50,000 square feet to be approved by 55% of the voters in order to be built. The ballot measure can achieve many things with the objective of giving people more protections and say over their future land use. So what are these benefits? Well, number one, notice. A project will have to be put on the ballot for the entire population to review, rather than the current model, which notices only people 300 feet from the project, forever putting the entire community behind the eight ball. Second, there's a better process to allow residents ample opportunities to learn about the project and make recommendations to improve a project. There's no jujitsu keeping up with commission and council proceedings. Third, a ballot measure reveals the sentiments of the entire voting community rather than a few groups that tend to have closer access due to their associations and superior proximity with developers. Thank you for considering my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Any else? Any others?
Rudy, do we have any other callers?
I have no other callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item G, our consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to approve items G1 through G4.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. Item H, Youth Council Report. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, so at this time, I'd like to know if there are any possible youth council in the other room or outside. If not, then I'll go ahead and give that report. Don't think so. Yeah, well, we know the senioritis is kicking in, started in January, but I don't know. All right, so Youth Council had its last meeting of the year. We did have a quorum, and we discussed you give us pros and cons of how the year went, suggestions of what to do for next year.
Hi, I'm Mayor David Fenn from the city of Beaumont.
Sure.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level?
I didn't do that.
Beaumont's business?
Good plug.
So, I don't follow that. So we have some great suggestions on what to do next year. We have kind of a combination of both a meeting and tours and some field trips there. They can tour City Hall and they can tour the fire station and the wastewater treatment plant and so forth. We'll have refreshments at the meeting to help hungry teenagers attend. And exactly. And they were all pretty much excited for the year. But again, they're tired. Most of our youth was seniors this year. So I knew this was going to happen. So we're on a recruitment that started now. We're offering it to 10, 11, and 12th graders for next year. I think that's going to help with the council and its diversity, but also for its numbers. And a lot of great things going on. And Ms. City Manager Gibbs applied a letter of recommendation to all the seniors as a token of our appreciation, and they all received a certificate of appreciation as well. So it went really well. I was really proud of them, and hopefully next year we'll build upon that and have a stronger youth council and presence. So that is my report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez. We appreciate your efforts on building that program. That's good news. So on to item I, public hearings, and we have our continued public hearing and consideration of the Beaumont Point specific plan and related entitlements. And Ms. Taylor, you've got the staff report this evening, correct?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening is a request for consideration of the Beaumont specific plan and the related entitlements. This item was previously heard at the March 19th City Council meeting. It was continued to April 16th and then subsequently continued to this evening. Just as a refresher for anyone watching or anyone in the audience, the city is required to process applications per the Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 1702.020. This states that the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on all applications and any attendant approvals and environmental documents. City staff is presenting this item tonight as required by the Municipal Code. The project consists of 9 applicant-sponsored applications, which include annexation, plan of service, a general plan amendment, a pre-zone, a specific plan, a vesting tentative parcel map, a development agreement, a sign program, and an EIR or environmental impact report. The property includes 15 parcels located on the south side of the 60 freeway west of Jackrabbit Trail. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan and land use designation to industrial, general commercial, and open space. The general plan amendment proposes 3 land use designations that include the 226.3 acres of industrial, 28.8 acres of general commercial, and 269.4 acres of open space. The specific plan has 10 planning areas, general commercial and planning areas 1 and 2, and industrial with a total max building square footage of 4.995 million square feet in planning areas 3 through 8. And in planning area 9, there's open space, and planning area 10, also open space and conservation. A vesting tentative parcel map shows a total of 662.5 acres that include 13 numbered lots and 10 lettered lots with a remainder parcel. The proposed lots correspond with the planning areas in the specific plan. A development agreement is proposed for this project. It is included in the staff report as attachment J. The development agreement lays out certain parameters and assurances for both the city and the developer. Some key points of the proposed development agreement include an initial 10-year term with 1 5-year extension available, completed application for annexation of the property to the city and LAFCA within 12 months of the effective date of the development agreement. No fees are waived or locked in. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any building within the project, the commercial parcel, planning area 1, shall be improved. and a requirement that the developer must participate in the formation of a community facilities district to pay for the cost of infrastructure and services. There's also a community benefit contribution in the amount of $1 per square foot of industrial building, with $3 million of that total paid upfront within 90 days of annexation. A draft environmental impact report has been prepared to analyze the project's potential effects. This includes a number of categories, including aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse gas, biological resources, cultural resources, geology, hazards, hydrology and water quality, land use, noise, public services, traffic, and utilities. The draft environmental impact report was released for a 45-day public review period in December of 2022. That review period was concluded in February of 2022. The draft EIR proposes to mitigate impacts to levels of less than significant in all categories except for air quality and greenhouse gas, noise, and transportation. This will require that City Council adopt a statement of overriding considerations for these items. The statement of overriding consideration is also included as an attachment to the staff report. This item was heard at Planning Commission, and that was back in November of 2023, November 29th of 2023 and January 10th of 2024. And on a 3-to-1 vote, a forwarded recommendation of approval was passed on to City Council. Since that time, staff has received a number of comment letters, which are included in the staff report under attachment Q. This essentially concludes the bulk of my presentation. Staff is recommending that City Council certify the EIR, adopt a statement of overriding consideration and mitigation monitoring reporting plan, adopt the general plan amendment, adopt the specific plan, adopt the pre-zone annexation, approve the tentative parcel map, and approve the development agreement and the sign program. Staff is available to answer any questions. There is staff present in the building. There's staff on Zoom. The applicant is also present in the audience this evening along with their project team. And I believe the applicant's team does have a presentation for council to address some of the items that were brought up at the last meeting, whenever council's ready to see that. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn some time over to the applicant, just kind of as just an opening, some opening comments and so forth. Then we'll open the public hearing, and then we'd look forward to hearing your presentation. So, Mr. Seibert, did you have anything that you wanted to share initially, or? No, I think we're ready to. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, just prior to opening the public hearing, then I do want to share these we'll open the public hearing at 6:26, and then I'll share some information with regards to public comments. Any one person may address the City Council on any matter, sorry. This was for items not on the agenda. Let me get to the correct part here. So any one person may address the City Council. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the City Council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments if it's not on this agenda topic. The meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in and using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form in the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. And we do have a full room, and so we do have a room in the back, and so we'll have staff check on that too to make sure that we've got any public comments from that can be included as well. And so with that, Nicole will turn the time over to you to check to see if we have any public comments, and if we have a mixture of phone and email and so forth, we can go through the regular rotation that we've done in the past.
All right, so I do have some written and then I have some in person. So what I'll go ahead and do is call 3 people up. While those 3 people are getting in line to speak, I will read an email.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there and check on phone lines.
And you have the timer for the email too, correct?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Let me check with.
Mayor, before we do that, I just want to let you know that if there are folks that are here tonight that have spoken at the previous public hearings, those comments that they made are part of the administrative record, so.
All right, I appreciate that as a reminder. Thank you, sir.
I'll check with the phone line first. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have 2 callers on the line.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and send one through? Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us?
Could hear you.
Okay, go right ahead. You're on with council.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maraima Chacon, and I'd like to express our opposition and concerns to the Beaumont Point project. We currently reside in the Tournament Hills community, and there's already enough chaos with traffic. As new parents, we chose to raise our family in Beaumont for many reasons. One of them is the peacefulness that goes around these communities and streets. We felt this was a family-oriented city and not a warehouse city. We do not want our kids to be exposed to the poor air quality that this project will generate, and we do not want them to grow up in a warehouse environment. We strongly believe that the city of Beaumont's progress does not compromise its residents' health, quality of life, and safety. We ask our elected officials to please hear the voice of the Beaumont residents and consider the future generation's health. Thank you.
Okay. First 3 speakers is going to be John Sisley, Robert Lugan, and Salvador Amasquita. And I'm going to go ahead and read an email really quick. This email is from Mindy Tumbler. Good evening, council members. My name is Mindy, and I'm a resident of Beaumont. I have been a truck driver for 23 years. I have some questions and concerns, as well as knowing truck drivers' antics. First, I'm not against growth. What I am against is adding more traffic and congestion into our community without infrastructure. I'm a union member and appreciate these union members' enthusiasm for this proposed project. When I think of a luxury hotel and restaurant, I don't imagine it being so close in proximity to a warehouse with loud semis passing through. What kind of scenic view will this hotel room have? Who wants to see signs for a hotel and then see a luxury hotel but not be able to exit and have to backtrack a mile or two out of your way just to get to it? And luxury shops and restaurants, the city is blindly entrusting the developers to deliver just that. Developers care about money, not the effects it will have on the community. How long is the entrance for trucks going to be into the warehouses? How many entrances? Will trucks be backed up like most warehouse entrances are? Are the warehouses going to be for dry goods or refrigerator goods or both? If refrigerated loads, was an air study done on refrigerated trailers that will have to run to stay cold? How many bay doors are active bay doors, trucks per day? What attractions will get visitors to stay at the hotel? Why not wait until the city has the funds for an off-ramp and then build? California's 2nd, 4th, Beale, and surrounding streets are already seeing an increase in volume, as well as the wear and tear of those streets. Many of the streets besides 2nd and 4th were not built to sustain the 80,000-pound semis haul through the daily. Will the city put away funds for street repairs? Take a road trip to Reno Valley, streets and 215 freeway to see the destruction of the roads and all those semis that travel to make deliveries to the rows of warehouses to get a perception of how much it will cost yearly to repair. Massive potholes and asphalt is sinking in. But at least there are on-ramps and off-ramps. Where does the money from the massive Amazon warehouses that would help pay for the off-ramp? Did the city not learn from Highland Springs' lack of infrastructural insight? And who is going to stop truckers from overnight parking on streets like they do now? Or stop them from using non-truck routes? Who's going to make the same truck shut off their engines while being offloaded? This area is a high fire danger area too. How can the city mitigate the impact congestion will bring to our area and public safety? Let's think of the infrastructure before we build any more warehouses or houses. Make it more accessible for off and on the freeway before you approve any more construction in that area. There are way too many uncertainties. Please do not approve this. And that is the end of 3 minutes. So I will end there and I will forward council the rest of the email.
All right, thank you.
Right.
Hi, my name is John. I represent all the plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm a delegate to the Labor Council in the Inland Empire and a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California. I live on Bosana Lane in the Olivewood community. My backyard overlooks Jackrabbit Trail and one of the closest houses to this project. I can tell you the vast majority of my neighbors are all for this project. We need the infrastructure. We need the on-ramps and off-ramps. The truck traffic is there. It's already there. If they enforce it the way it's supposed to be enforced, it's not going to be a problem. I think we keep hearing the same voices of the same people over and over again. None of them live there. These folks want to fight development in Beaumont. I kind of get it that they don't want, to give up their, quote, lifestyle, but a city's got to survive. You guys have got to move forward with this. You have a lot of land here. You have a lot of revenue available to you. This is a no-brainer. And there's not a lot of opposition in that area against this project. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker, Robert Lugan.
I waive.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
Salvador?
Hey, how's it going? My name's Salvador Amezquita. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We're just here again supporting the project. I represent about 5,100 members that live in Riverside County and about 100 that live in the city of Beaumont, not including the surrounding Banning Beaumont. Personally, I live in Desert Hot Springs, so I make this commute daily from Desert Hot Springs to Riverside. And I just talked to two of our members. They're seated in the other room. They both live in Beaumont. One of them is driving to downtown Los Angeles, and then the other one builds warehouses, and he's been laid off. He's searching for work right now. Probably going to end up somewhere, hopefully not, but closer to LA again. So we're here urging you, to support the project. It's going to bring about 1,000 union jobs, and then it's going to bring 5,400 permanent jobs after that. And then it would be nice to have something to, come to afterwards on the way home. Like I said, I commute this area heavily and I spend time here anywhere from Cabazon. It'd be cool if we could get some entertainment out this way, some mini golf or, some golf carts. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know we've been here before. We just want to say we urge you to support the project, and we hope to see you back here soon. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Next three speakers is going to be Al Sanchez, Jose Rodillo, and Sean Lyons. And while they line up, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the other caller. Rudy, can you send the next caller through?
Of course.
Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go right ahead. You're on with council.
Okay. This is Ron Roy, Fairway Canyon. Tonight, I feel ambushed. On April 16th, City Council pulled Beaumont Point with no discussion and no new date, only to secretly schedule tonight's hearing with only 72 hours notice. That's wrong. Disrespectful to the people. The council is not acting in good faith. Do they not want the public involved? Now, despite residents' overwhelming opposition to this project, the City Council continues to tout this project and find ways to approve it. Stop championing for the developer. Stop saying you have no choice but need to approve this project to balance the budget. when the city is operating with a $10 million profit and over $500 million in retained earnings after allocating for increased public services and CIPs. Stop the falsehood about the county waiting in the wings. That will not happen in any universe because only Beaumont has the infrastructure. And Ixion Gutierrez is not Marion Ashley. He is not going to approve this project for the county. So stop that falsehood. Here's how the council can deny Beaumont Point, contain the warehouse contagion, protect our scenic southern hills viewshed, and balance the budget. Of the city's total operating warehouse inventory, warehouses that generate sales tax appear to be around 5 million square feet. And given $28 million in revenue, sales tax generators are yielding about $5.50 to $6 per square foot. If we look at the projects in the industrial zone that are in the hopper, either approved or in the application process, there's around 2.3 million square feet. Using $5.75 per square foot, these projects can generate $13.2 million, bringing total sales tax to $43 million. The city needs to present this information clearly and identify all vacant land in our industrial zones that could present more revenue. Here, the city must draw a containment line the people can see. No new projects in spheres of influence, only in existing industrial zones within the city. Also, did you know that according to Statista.com, big box warehouse rents are up to $19.58 per square foot as of 2023? So 2 million a square feet brings in $39 million per month and $470 million per year in lease revenue. That's staggering. Where does the money go? Well, according to UCR State of the Work report, only a small fraction of warehouse owners live in the region and therefore do not experience their negative impacts on local communities. As a result, the profits from the logistics industry leave the region rather than benefiting it. Now, I ran the numbers for the Beaumont Point developer CFD contribution of $250,000 and amortized a $25 million payoff over 30 years. Only using phase one revenues, the developer's burden to the city is only 0.003% per year. At project build-out, it's only 0.006 per year. Now, in
Mr.
other
Roy,
words,
your 3 minutes.
okay, I got one more to say.
Your 3
so
minutes
the
is up, Mr. Roy. Sorry.
Okay. Damn it.
Al, you're up.
I won't cuss or anything. My name is Al Sanchez. I'm a member of LAUNA, Labor's International Union of North America. We support this, and we've been here for a while, and we hope that you guys push this through. I have about 40 years of working out in the field under my belt. I was able to do the apprenticeship program, become a journeyman, be a skilled and trained worker, all that time getting a pension and annuity and having insurance. All I'm asking is this goes through so that our members that live here in the area can come out to this job, do the same thing, make the same amount of money, pass it on to their kids, and then plus it's a win-win for you guys. We know that everything's growing. We got to make money somewhere, and this is how you guys make it. And it's a good trade, I think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's Jose?
Yes.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I am a member of LAUNA also, proud member, and I stand here today representing my union brothers and sisters who are unable to join us tonight as they diligently work to support their family. Many of us face the burden of high prices just to commute to work, leaving us with limited time to spend with our loved ones. LAUNA has an apprenticeship program that enables us to obtain the skills needed to succeed in today's economy, and I think this project will be great for our members. And I just want to, we just eagerly await, so we could join and build this beautiful project. And I want to just give thanks to the developer for always being there for us, giving us a chance. And we're just waiting for, and we invite you guys also to join us for this project. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Do we have Sean? Okay.
Oh gosh. Sorry. My name is Sean Lyons. Kind of new to this whole speaking thing so let me just start this off by I've lived in Beaumont practically almost my whole life. And one thing I can say is getting a job out here, or at least a sustainable career, is not as easy as people say it is. And the second thing I can say is opening up this project, I feel like would help with that. Being a 21 or almost 21-year-old living in Beaumont, California, seeking to have my own house out here, if not apartment, and let alone build a career out here, it's honestly really hard, especially having a family, my girlfriend and daughter out in the other room, which I want to be able to support them, and being able to get a career out here, especially one with benefits to be able to support my family, is not that easy. Following through with this project wouldn't help just me, but it would help many others like myself aspiring to get into the Iron Workers Union or just any trade union at all, let alone the people that already have careers for it, to keep them employed, keep them making money, and also keep them feeding their families and keep their roof over their head. I don't have much else to say other than I hope you guys consider following through with this project and consider what I say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, I have two more in-person speakers, Omar Kobian and Brian Sanchez. And while they line up, I'm going to read an email. Dear members of Beaumont City Council, I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed development of the Beaumont Point Warehouse project south of the 60 and west of Potrero. This letter represents not only my personal objections, but also those of a significant portion of our community. In a recent Facebook poll, 87% of the residents expressed their opposition to this proposal, highlighting the widespread discontent with this potential development. Environmental and health concerns. The detrimental impact on our environment and public health cannot be overstated. Increased truck traffic associated with large warehouses will lead to a higher level of air pollution, exacerbating smog and respiratory issues among residents, particularly affecting our children and elderly. The light, noise, and air pollution from the constant vehicle movement will disrupt the peace and tranquility that our community currently enjoys, impacting mental well-being and quality of life. Traffic and infrastructure. Our infrastructure is ill-prepared to handle the significant increase in traffic that a large warehouse would bring. Residents already view traffic as Beaumont's worst issue, and the massive warehouse will only exacerbate the problem. The resulting congestion will lead to longer commute times and reduce quality of life for residents. Furthermore, the wear and tear on our roads will lead to increased maintenance costs, creating an unnecessary financial burden on the city and taxpayers. Economic considerations. The economic value of this warehouse project has been grossly overstated. While it may create jobs, the majority of these portions are low-paying and do not offer long-term economic benefits. We do not want Beaumont to turn into the next Moreno Valley, where the proliferation of warehouses has not translated into substantial economic prosperity, but rather into an area plagued with pollution and low-wage jobs. The LA Times has recently noted that the warehouse vacancies are a decade-long high in the Inland Empire due to the overabundance of warehouses in the area. This can be seen in empty warehouses in Cherry Valley. Beaumont stands at the inflection point, and we do need to diversify our revenue streams instead of relying on warehouses, which can offer limited and often adverse economic impacts. Quality of life and property values. The presence of a large industrial warehouse will negatively impact the aesthetics of our community, leading to a decrease in property values. Grazing our beautiful rolling hills for unsightly warehouses will decimate Beaumont's natural beauty, which is one of the main attractions for current and prospective residents. The loss of green space and introduction of massive industrial buildings will diminish the natural charm for our city and reduce Beaumont's reputation. And I will stop there, and I'll make
All
sure
right.
to forward.
Nicole, was there a name given for that email?
Name is, no, I don't know. The emails, oh, here we go, I'm sorry. Tony Ratliff.
Tony Ratliff, thank you.
And Mayor, didn't state what neighborhood that was from?
I don't believe it was mentioned in the
Wasn't
email.
mentioned. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Omar?
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council members. My name is Omar Kobina. I'm here representing, like my counterpart, over 5,000 members that live in Riverside County. We have hundreds that live here in Beaumont. Some weren't able to make it because they're still stuck in traffic trying to get home from the long drive. Sitting in the other room, I heard some of the emails and even the phone calls about a lot of misinformation. First of all, about the emissions that trucks release, and also the fact that cities just magically have money to fix roads, to do city business. They don't really have a really good concept of how cities really run. So I do have a good idea how cities run and the importance of having good infrastructure and creating revenue for the cities to support public parks, schools, and for road infrastructure as well. So I wanted to talk about a couple things. The young gentleman for the ironworkers, just like him, we have there's students right here in the city of Beaumont that want to be carpenters. As a matter of fact, there is a group of classes, a class from the CTE program in Beaumont competed in a competition in Huntington Beach. Your county supervisor, Cecil Gutierrez, was there in support of them and sponsored that school to be there at that competition. And it was a carpenter competition with 42 other high schools. They did very well, and all of those students from Beaumont High School are hoping to be carpenters one day. Projects like this with responsible developers are the opportunities that are going to create those opportunities for those young students to be able to start their career close to home. One of the hardest problems that we have with young apprentices that get into our trade is that they get shipped off to LA, to San Diego, or to Orange County. And when they first start their career, they're not making the greatest wage. They're making a good wage, but it takes some time to earn up to that top journeyman wage. So they get discouraged sometimes. They're not making enough to get, the gas money per the hours on traffic don't translate for them, and they get discouraged and leave the trade. What we have found is when students or young apprentices start their career close to home and are able to build up some wealth, then they see the real light at the end of the tunnel and are able to sustain a long career in the trades. So unfortunately, Beaumont doesn't have a lot of union projects. We wish all the residential, a lot of people think that residential is union. I mean, we're slowly working on that, but it's going to take some time. But in the meantime, there is good projects and good development that is coming to Riverside County that is union and that does support good wages, and this is one of them. So we hope that you consider this project. I know you guys have long consideration about it, and approve yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. And Brian?
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Sanchez. I am a resident of Beaumont, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the Beaumont Point project. The warehouse industry of the Inland Empire has exploded in the last decade with little thoughts on the long-term and cumulative effects of tons of pollutants that are a result of the thousands of diesel trucks that go to and from these large industrial projects. The Inland Empire has the worst air quality in the entire country. That's not in the state, that's in the country. That leads to an increase in respiratory illnesses, especially in children. According to a report from the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, the Sierra Club of San Gorgonio chapter, and the Robert Redford Conservancy for Southern California Sustainability, over 350,000 IE residents live 1/4 of a mile from a warehouse. In Riverside County alone, in some census tracts, that is a 15% asthma rate. I don't want to see that happen here in Beaumont. The Beaumont Point project will lead to hundreds of daily diesel truck trips. Diesel exhaust is responsible for about 70% of the total cancer risk from air pollution. On the argument of the project bringing jobs, those employed in warehouses and the logistics industry often find that these jobs can put them at risk of injury, are underpaid and temporary. A story from the Banning Beaumont patch, in fact, even acknowledges that this so-called boom is cooling down in the warehouse sector. The short-term benefits do not outweigh the long-term costs of our community's health and well-being. This is not fear-mongering, this is the reality. I work all over the Inland Empire. I've been to Ontario, I've been to Fontana. I see what happens when cities continuously approve warehouses. It starts with warehouses on the side of the freeway, it ends with warehouses across the street from homes and schools. I urge the City Council to not move forward with the Beaumont Point project. Our city can explore far more sustainable and positive economic growth. And should they decide to continue discussion on this matter, I encourage the city to hold a community forum that has been properly advertised to allow for far greater community input. These council meetings with only 3 minutes per speaker is not enough input for something that will impact all of Beaumont's residents. I'm sure the developers don't only get 3 minutes to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no other callers on the line.
I have one last written comment to
Okay.
read. This one is from a Moraima Chacon. It reads, "To whom it may concern, my husband and I want to express our opposition and concerns to the Beaumont Point project. We reside in the Tournament Hills community, and there is already enough chaos with traffic. As new parents, we chose to raise our family in Beaumont for many reasons. One of them is the peacefulness that goes around these communities and streets. We felt this was a family-oriented city and not a warehouse city. We do not want our kids to be exposed to the poor air quality that this project will generate. We do not want them to grow up in a warehouse environment. We strongly believe that the City of Beaumont's progress should not compromise its residents' health, quality of life, and safety. We ask our elected officials to please hear the voice of Beaumont residents and consider the future generations' health." I have no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. And so no other requests for in the room or in the overflow?
No, sir, not that I have.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll close the public hearing at 6:55, and then we'll give some time over to the applicant, Mr. Cyber, and your team for a presentation and some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Joel Morse, representing the applicant in this action. I'm Senior Principal at TMB Planning. And good evening, council members. We last appeared before the council on March 19th of this year, and we were here tonight with a brief presentation which contains our responses to the questions you asked at that hearing. There were five particular specific questions that were asked by the council. One was concerned with the number of freeway signs that were proposed and asked if we could reduce them. Two, the council asked if we would increase the width of Jackrabbit Trail, if we could and would. Three, the council requested additional view simulations from Highway 60. The council requested additional information on the proposed truck route management plan that we introduced at the earlier hearing. Finally, the council asked us to consider certain modifications to the terms of the development agreement. Let's go through those individually. The proposed project initially proposed 4 freeway-oriented pylon signs, 3 adjacent to the freeway and 1 within the commercial development. 3 along the freeway were spaced roughly 1/2 mile apart. It's a little deceiving. The project is pretty long along the freeway, and we're intended to create a sense of arrival into Beaumont with the repeated message featuring the city's logos, and to help marketing the project, particularly the commercial use and the hotel. This slide shows the elimination of the pylon, 2 of the pylon signs, 1 in the center of the site and 1 in the commercial center, reducing the number from 4 to 2. The 2 remaining signs would be approximately 1 mile apart. While we do have some concerns that the reduction may impact interest from hotel developer, we can reduce the number if that's the council's preference ultimately. Jackrabbit Trail. Originally, we proposed a portion of Jackrabbit Trail north of Entertainment Way to be a 25-foot wide right-of-way and road consistent with the fire department's requirements. We did this specifically because Jackrabbit Trail at this point is limited to emergency vehicle access and evacuation purposes. And we were trying to discourage anyone from driving on this section of the road at any other time other than during an emergency. The council asked us to to determine if we could increase the paving and right-of-way to 40 feet. We did some research, we took a look at the map, and we are able to increase it to 40 feet wide and 40 feet of pavement. This change will be incorporated into the final specific plan in several exhibits and narrative sections. With this change, all fire access, EVA, and evacuation routes are a minimum of 40 feet wide. View simulations, going to the aesthetics question. We originally prepared a set of view simulations illustrating the view from 6 locations at the edge of the neighborhoods, which are over 1,000 feet north of the site within the city. 3 within the Olivewood neighborhood, 2 along Oak Valley Parkway, and 1 within Fairway Canyon neighborhood. The council then requested additional view simulations of the project from SR 60. In response, we prepared 2 simulations from each of the 5 new locations shown here along the freeway. We prepared 2 simulations for each location, one at 5 years, one at 10 years, with 5-year growth of landscaping and 10 years growth of landscaping. The locations were selected to give a view of each of the buildings from SR 60, starting at the west and working way along the frontage of the site towards the east. So let's take a look at what this revealed. This location is at the far west end of the project, just as you enter Beaumont on SR 60 from Moreno Valley, looking southeast at Building 5, which is the furthest west planning area. At 5 years of growth, only the top of Building 5 is partially visible through the landscaping, as you can see here. This is the same view after 10 years of growth. As you can see, it's fully screened by the dense landscaping. This location is still toward the west end of the project and looks south at the project from the eastbound lanes. Building 5 is on the right, Building 4 is on the left. At 5 years growth, the buildings are partially visible, but they are substantially camouflaged by the combination of earth tone paint schemes and landscaping. After 10 years, the same view, the buildings are totally, fully screened by the landscaping. This location is at the middle of the project looking at Building 3. This is the closest building condition to the freeway. It's 600 feet away and 100 feet higher than the freeway. At 5 years of growth, most of the building is well screened by the landscaping, and the coloring blends well with the landscaping, but the top of the building is still visible. However, after 10 years of growth, the same view, as you can see, it's essentially fully screened by the landscaping. This location is the eastern end of the project, looking southwest at Building 2. This building is fully screened by the landscaping at 5 years of growth, and of course, only more landscaping after 10 years. This location is at the far east end of the project, closest to downtown, looking southwesterly towards Building Number 1. This view of Building Number 1 is fully screened at 5 years by the landscaping. And again, after 10 years, it's still fully screened, as you can see. Again, the purpose of showing those simulations really is to emphasize the fact that we're not talking about an Amazon big white building on the horizon. This is a very well-screened earth tone project that will be much less visible, if invisible at all, for most of the area. The council also asked how the project applicant could assure that trucks from the project would use the designated routes and would not cut through the city using Potrero or Oak Valley Parkway. The applicant introduced the concept of a truck traffic demand management plan, and we're committed to preparing and enforcing that truck traffic management plan for all industrial users of the site. This plan will be prepared in coordination with the city and subject to city final approval. The key components of this plan include a designated traffic coordinator. This would be the contact person for the city if there are problems or concerns to be addressed. It would identify permitted truck routes and provide truck route maps to drivers, posted in lunchrooms and posted on site and available to them. It would specifically prohibit the use of Potrero and Oak Valley Parkway north of Potrero interchange at 60. There will be 2 primary enforcement mechanisms. The leases will provide for escalating penalties to the tenants for violations. The project CC&Rs, which are recorded on the property and run with the land, will likewise provide for escalating penalties for violations. The city will be a third-party beneficiary of the CC&R provisions. In the context of the comments from all the speakers today, obviously there's a lot of information available to the community from the project. We prepared a full EIR, which evaluated all the impacts and all the subject areas that were mentioned by the speakers. And all of the impacts were reduced to level below significance, except for the ones where we're requesting findings of overriding consideration. And so the EIR speaks for itself. I thank you for your attention, and I would like to turn the presentation over to Phil Seibert, one of the applicants, to talk about the development agreement and wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council, staff. We appreciate the time being here again. So as a follow-up to this, I'll be brief in regards to development agreement, just going through the highlights. Again, we met with the PLUS committee and got direction from them. The resounding item there was basically upfront funding. And again, part of the Potrero or the general fund funding. So we heard that and we're addressing that. Also, we're not taking light on the commercial entertainment as far as part of the commitment here as a developer of the industrial into the city is we're pushing forward. We've already started a major marketing campaign in regards to the commercial aspects of this. Also, as you know, it's the front end. As you come into the business parks and people talk about, I think there was a caller in regards to adjacency to the logistics or the buildings, the setbacks, the spacing away from the business park where the commercial is, where the hotel is going to be at the front end of the project and exposed to the freeway would be great. I think it's going to be well received too. This is not going to be a shopping center that has a Target or Goods. It's going to be basically entertainment based with restaurants is what the city needs in regards to a focal point. And again, kind of a balanced approach with it. I think the balanced approach we've already tried to specify with the city is you need commerce, you need jobs, you have good base of residential here that has been growing, has been really good, well done. Fairway Canyon and other residential has been developed. But what we're looking to do as a developer is just trying to balance in regards to jobs. With that being said, we also talked about payment up front. What we've done is we're committing as the good neighbor policy, which is $1 a foot for the industrial, which we have 5 million feet we're looking for approval on. For that resonates for about a $5 million in regards to public benefit fee. What we're looking to do is pay, after 90 days from annexation, to pay the $3 million as a credit towards the first 3 million square feet that we'll develop. So that would be paid right 90 days after annexation. The 2 million, the additional 2 million after that will be paid as certificate of occupancy on the latter part of the 2 million feet. Lastly, not least, is the CFD, which will be a reoccurring payment of $250,000 and annual as far as taking care of maintenance with the city. And again, we come down to, just want to focal on why approve the project. We've been working on this for 4.5 years. I don't know, it's a big part of this whole thing. There's a substantial amount of work and studies that we have to all appreciate that's put into something of this magnitude. And like Joel has pointed out, there's significant amount of studies in regards to greenhouse gas and traffic and infrastructure and all of those such, which we've embraced. We've worked with staff. We've worked with the city extensively. So please, I have the community really take a look at that. The other thing too is as a developer, we've made a commitment to basically build this out and be here through the long haul. My partner and I and the capital that we're bringing to the city, it's not something that we're taking lightly, and this will be a project that will be in excess of at least 600 million in just construction costs coming in regards to jobs. So we've talked about labor here. It'll be over total cost is more over 800 million. So it's a significant amount of investment that we're coming to the city with. And we don't take it lightly, and we're excited about being here. With the upgrades, it's gone with the 60 freeway with the new truck routes and truck lanes. And the pass, the timing has been great. The timing in regards to Potrero Bridge and the on and off ramps and the circulation there will be great timing with this project in regards to our first building. So I think it's coming together nicely. We're a committed developer of doing quality development in the Inland Empire, and we're excited about it. It's in the right place. When we started this 4.5 years ago with staff, it really looked at other places we could buy in the city to develop, and this was the place we chose because it was the right place. It's a business park is what the 4th Street corridor has industrial and commerce, and that's what's been earmarked. So we listened very closely with the city. They wanted basically that to be where the industrial or the jobs went. And then also for that is having some retail that would provide services and reasons for people to stay here in the community and spend in the community. So it's a full circle between having good residential, good commercial facilities, having a hotel to bring, transient traffic here in regards to that, and then also having the commerce and jobs. So I think this is the right place for the project. Secondly is the regional destination in regards to the entertainment hub. We have extensive work we've done in regards to renderings, in regards to talking with, whether it's other retail developers that do it or other products that are significant. A lot of the stuff has been not purpose-built. This will be a purpose-built entertainment center. A lot of the entertainment type facilities for retail or a warehouse building that got abandoned, or it's an old shopping center, that basically got retrofitted into some sort of, entertainment center. So this is going to be purpose-built. Local jobs in regards to this too will create 6,000 jobs, which is significant when you think about the impact in regards to the spend and the housing in the market here in the Beaumont and the Pass area. Revenue for the city we're looking at over the 20-year period is $24.9 million in revenue to the city. And then in addition, what we talked about is the public benefit fee and other improvements that we have with the city, improvements in the city. So we're excited about this. We ask you to approve the project. I think we've been a good advocate for all aspects of what the city has asked us to do and the focal point of this. We're excited about getting this approved and moving forward. So please approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll turn the time over to council for questions. And Mr. Martinez, I see your light on first, so we'll go to you.
So I'll start with some comments that I heard from the public, and then I'll come back to me later with my final thoughts. So just a couple of things that I heard from the public that I wanted to comment on. So first of all, one of the callers, and that could be caller in person, I'm not sure, I just wrote down public comment, but waiting for funds for street repairs and infrastructure. There was a comment made, and again, my question is, where do these funds come from? These types of projects bring in funds. We'll talk more later on my comments about, maybe some of the drawbacks. But we've heard it all before, work on infrastructure, fix your streets before you build these things. And again, that's not the way it works, unfortunately. The money has to come from somewhere. We just don't have a general fund where we put right into streets and infrastructure. So I wanted to clarify that with that caller. One of the callers mentioned truck parking. Truck parking is something that I am also concerned as well. I don't want to see trucks everywhere and just parked alongside the road and stuff. I really have an issue with that. But I'm confident that with our enforcement and our truck route that we'll be talking about later, and with the new enforcement that we just approved at our last meeting for commercial enforcement, I believe that's going to help with some of that. Balancing the budget, someone on the phone demanded we balance the budget, so I want to ask, where is this money that you're saying balance my budget? Are you talking about raising taxes? Are you talking about cutting programs? Are you talking about cutting jobs? Where is this money coming from that you demand us to balance this budget with? Someone mentioned 87% poll from their neighborhood that people do not support this. No community was given, so I have no reference for that. And I will say that from the public comment that I've heard from the prior meetings and today, I see a 50-50% myself. I don't see an overwhelming no. So I will talk more about this and my position and stuff later, but I just wanted to address this. The air quality is an ongoing issue. We know there's an air quality problem. It is significant. The data does show that it is increasing. I have there's no way I can downplay that. My question is, unfortunately, in my opinion, the technology has not caught up with our industry. We don't have perfect EV vehicles yet for things of this side. We're starting. When we were purchasing a fire truck, someone mentioned going and get an electric fire truck. Well, they don't exist yet. There's one in Sweden somewhere, I believe. But, we don't have that technology yet in order to help minimize this air quality. So what do we do meanwhile? Do we wait and just wait and say, okay, well, let's wait until the technology's here? or do we, work with what we have? And then we, very frustrated for the caller that thinks they're ambushed. I think it's absolutely a ludicrous comment to make it that we're doing things in secrecy. We give 72 hours, which is what we do for every public hearing. So I do not know what it is about that person's comment that says that we're hiding something. The project is exactly the same project that was here when it first came out. So what is it that they don't understand? I have a very big exception with that. So I just wanted to mention that because we try to be as transparent as possible. I believe we are. We noticed everything. Everything is on the website. There is nothing changed other than some changes with the DA, and we'll talk about that later on council. But to make a statement like that, of course, it's their right to say as such, but it's also my right to comment, and I believe it's ludicrous. So I just wanted to mention that. That's all at the moment, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez, and I'm going to add in too that anytime that we discuss an item, we always make sure that we hear from the public, and that's why we open the public hearing so we can take additional comments. And so I echo that statement that we always reach out to the public and make sure that they're well aware. And as it was pointed out, this is a 4.5-year project. Council's talked about it several times, and I think that we've done a good job on keeping the public informed of when we're discussing it and so forth. I see Mayor Pro Tem's light on, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just want to begin by stating that I do appreciate the fact that you did hear some of the comments that I had made and address those, so I appreciate that. So let me just go to the secondary access. So I appreciate the fact that they're widening that. Makes me feel more comfortable with regards to the ingress and egress during an emergency situation. The only thing I need clarified from Caltrans is the fact that only in the case of an emergency can it be used by public vehicles for egress, private, or I just want to make sure we have that in writing from Caltrans. I have an email from them, but it doesn't make sense to me, sorry. In regards to, I had brought up, and I didn't see it addressed, in regards to the 4th Street improvements, there's a section of 4th Street that narrows. I think it's like 76, 78 feet wide. As it gets about 1/10 of a mile from 4th Street, it narrows severely. Still one way in, one way out. I didn't see that was addressed. I wasn't sure if that was something the developer was interested in making it so that it's the 76 feet, I think, all the way through to Potrero. But
Hi, Mike Canfield for the applicant. Yes, we're aware that does choke down there. Well, there are some requirements on us to make improvements at that intersection. And I think at that time, if Public Works conditions us to make that improvement, the right-of-way exists. I think the applicant's prepared to make that improvement.
okay, I just want to make sure, so I understand what you're saying is, I understand, I saw the improvements that you have to make at that interchange.
Yes.
But, so you're saying if we condition it to widen that to 76 feet or whatever that width is from your project all the way through to Potrero, you're willing to do that?
Yeah, the traffic impact analysis didn't require that as an improvement.
Understand.
If Public Works and the council want that to be, for sure part of our obligation, I believe the applicant's prepared to do that.
Do we have right away?
Yes, the right-of-way exists. Yes.
Okay, and I understand that your traffic analysis didn't require any improvements to Potrero either. I mean, everything works around that area, but I think there are maybe 12 areas that you have to do improvements to.
Yes, yes.
So, I appreciate that. In regards to the signs, I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to eliminate all but one of those. I like the one in the center. I think that makes sense. I wouldn't be opposed to having one that you have maybe inside the project. Maybe it's not as high, I don't know, but there was one, I think, that came off of Jackrabbit Trail, or somewhere in that area there was a sign. Maybe not as tall, but a sign to advertise. I think maybe the planning department can work with that. But again, I said it, you listened, and I appreciate that response. I did have concerns over the grading. I talked about lowering pads, but then that's, you get into export, and export's costly and expensive, so I understand that. I think what you've shown me, coming back with the photo simulations, it addresses the concern that I have, because this is a very long, I think somebody said the project's 1.5 miles long. So it's a large project, and you, seems like you understand that, and I appreciate you addressing that issue. So, I guess my last comment probably would be one that's more difficult for me to talk about. Oh, and I do have some comments on the DA, but when we get to that point, I'll bring those up. The community benefit, right? Initially, when I first saw the project and started thinking, I thought, $10 million community benefit would be great, and $5 million fair share to Potrero would be great. Upon doing my additional research, what I discovered was that amount of money would not be fair to a developer. It's very high, right? And you came back, and now you're offering the $3 million as what I'm calling it fair share to Potrero is what I'm referring to it as. So the only other thing I would look at is, so it's a total community benefit of $5 million. RCTC back in 2019 did a warehouse logistics study. They came up with $1.28 a square foot. I think what you're offering right now is $1 a square foot. Logistics study was done back in 2019. I kind of added a 10% increase for inflation for today's numbers. Comes to about $1.40, which ends up being about $7 million. $1.40 a square foot. To me, that would be a better community benefit for the residents that I'll have to answer to if this project moves forward. The $3 million upfront would be great. But you had indicated too that the remaining $2 million at this point would be paid at certificate of occupancy. What I read in here, in the DA agreement.
I misspoke, Mike. Councilman, I misspoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what it was before.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that was
Absolutely.
another thing you acquiesced to, so I appreciate that as well. So really, when you look at everything, you've answered all my questions and concerns with the exception of what I call the community benefit. So $1.40 a square foot would be what I would like to see, what I think the community would like to see, and I would just leave that with you at this point.
Is that your comments for now, or?
Do you want me to comment now, or?
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Phil.
Yeah.
you had
So
a rebuttal,
maybe what we want to do is maybe hear all this
Sure.
and then let us huddle.
Yeah,
A
not a
little
problem.
bit, because I want to kind of lay it out a little bit, have a thought with, some of my advisors and what have you too. So if we hear all the comments and then basically respond, that'd be great.
Good
I
idea, thank
appreciate
you.
that very much.
That
Thank
works.
you. Again, that's
Thank-
all I have right now, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White?
Okay, as was explained at the start of the public comments, we asked that folks who had done their comments before, that they're part of the record. So a lot of what I had to say in the last meeting is all part of the record. Doesn't mean I'm not going to say anything tonight, but so I would like to answer some of the concerns we're hearing from the city, some of the questions. Got a couple responses to my colleagues in their comments. But let me start at a higher level. I would imagine tens of thousands of trucks and cars come through on the 60 and the 10 and come through Beaumont every day. And that is it's not significantly different than it's been for 10 years. There is, someone brought up the quality of life. To be honest with you, the quality of life in Beaumont is not as good as it can be. And we know that because everyone, with the exception of Mr. Roy, everyone talks about how bad our traffic is. And we know better than anyone how bad our traffic is because we hear about it all the time. So one of our biggest resources is our location. And our location provides us with an industry that can benefit because of our location. And it's coming to Beaumont. And we recognize, the entire council recognizes that even if Beaumont says no to all logistics, all industry of that type in our city, it's coming to the pass. And that's why 2 years ago we started the Plus Committee. And in the Plus Committee, we put in requirements that were stronger than what the state is recommending. Everyone comes to us and say, oh, well, you've got the assembly up there who wants to, limit the square footage. And they're comfortable. Even our Attorney General, who's very, very aggressive, is comfortable with 500 square feet or 500 feet from any sensitive receptacle. We agreed on twice that. We got some pushback from the industry, but we felt that was important. We also hear, I don't know how many times we hear, and I notice it as well from anywhere in the city, the warehouses that we have that are all white and they're all sitting up on top of hills. And so we addressed that in the Plus Committee. We said that we wanted to make sure that we brought in landscaping, that we painted the buildings in a way that allowed them to be less imposing. And I apologize because I'm fast and furiously writing up here as everything comes up, so I try to put it together in a story. So forgive me and just stay with me. City of Beaumont, I don't know where the comment about balancing the budget. You're right, we don't have a balanced budget. And the reason we don't have a balanced budget is because we have a surplus budget. And every year, we have now been able to provide streets and road repairs that we never could do before. 5-6 years ago, we didn't have a street department. You saw our Public Works team. It's significantly different because of where we are. We have the second highest sales tax per capita in this county. There's only one city who is bringing in more sales tax than Beaumont per capita, and that's Eastvale. Eastvale is a very fully developed city, but when you look at some of the other cities, Murrieta, Temecula, Riverside, Corona, Ontario, our sales tax per capita is higher than any of those cities. And the reason why is because, in my opinion, and we're very careful not to be too specific in this, but if you have an Amazon fulfillment center and all of a sudden our sales tax goes from 7 or 8 million a year to 21 million a year almost overnight, and it happened at the same time that the state considered their formulas to where the sales tax goes, whether it stays in the cities that are willing to put in the investment to bring in this kind of industry, or whether we share it with everyone who doesn't have the benefit or doesn't take the risks and the pros and cons. I would not be supporting, and I will not support, any industry, warehouse, logistics that I don't feel has a benefit that outweighs our cost. And I've said that forever. At the last meeting, I explained to people that I would not be making this decision based on, making this decision based on money. We need money. We need money for our infrastructure. Our quality of life, our traffic issues are not going to go away. And someone said, well, we can just wait until we have the money to improve our traffic. That doesn't happen overnight. In the last RCTC analysis, we have about, in our CIP, we have about $500 million in projects that we need to improve our quality of life. Their interchanges, grade separations. And it's interesting because when we had the discussion about our Plus plan, it was long, it was involved. It took us about 1.5 to 2 years to come to an agreement. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the Plus plan passed on a 5-0 vote. This council understands that logistics and warehouses are coming to our area. We can sit back and not do anything about it and let our neighbors build these projects, receive all of the benefits of the projects, and then we get a lot of the impact of those projects without any of the benefits that come from hosting these projects. I would love to have Mr. Seibert, or even I see Mr. McDonald is here, who already owns a number of the warehouses, speak to the issue that is coming up with the jobs. You know, the fact that people are telling us that the jobs are not good there. I drive by the Amazon Fulfillment Center, and there's hundreds of cars in there every day. There are people working in Beaumont. And let's speak about the gentleman who came up and talked about a trade and a career. Not everyone needs to go to college. And how many careers and skills can you learn where you don't have to come out with $40,000 to $50,000 in school education debt? So I will speak more to the specifics of the development agreement when we get to that point. And just going through here to make sure. So I think that's it for now. I will cover some of these other issues in the remaining parts of our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. We'll turn the time over to Ms. Voigt.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I really want to just echo what my colleagues have set up here. I think they've hit the nail on the head, and I don't necessarily need to continue going into it. I think it was Mr. Martinez last time who talked about, and I hope I'm not stealing your thunder today, location, fiscal impact, infrastructure, and quality of life really being the items in which he looks at. And I think that the developers have really looked at all of that so far today, and with their responses back to that. You've listened to our asks. I think it was well articulated, and have been good partners. We as a city are looking to address the traffic needs. In the budget workshop, we talked about increasing our truck personnel, looking at the truck routes, which I believe is on the agenda today. And so as a council, I think that we are really listening to all of these items, and we are focusing on what the constituents are saying, looking to mitigate all of those things as well. Calls for service, I think, is something that is concerning for me from a public safety perspective. But with the addition of the CFD, I think we have satisfied some of that as well. So I really thank everybody, including the public, for all of their participation in this. I want to thank the PIO also for putting this up on Facebook and getting the word out. I think transparency has been a strategic goal of this council, and we have fought for every way in which we can make that transparent. So through public ads, through the newspaper, by the mailers, as well as hitting social media. And so I really think that we have attacked this in every aspect that we can. So I want to thank all of the teams for that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Voigt. I want to share something that I had learned through this process. So I had was one of the earlier members on our Plus committee. And when the subject of annexation came up, I was adamantly against it. But I learned a valuable lesson through the process, in that Beaumont was originally 9 square miles, and now we're 30 square miles. So that 21 square miles of addition is under an annexation agreement with the county. We receive a portion of the property taxes for city services. With that annexation agreement with the county, we only receive 25% of what would be expected. All of the new construction in terms of housing, and staff can correct me if I get this wrong, but from about the year 2000 and on, so when we grew from 13,000 in population up to 55 plus, or where we're at now, those neighborhoods include Fairway Canyon, Tournament Hills, Cougar Ranch, Oak Valley, Sundance, all of them. Atwell, Four Seasons and Altus and so forth, and Solera, they're all under that 25% annexation agreement. It is a strain on city services to support those neighborhoods. The property tax revenue that we receive from the county is not enough to support those neighborhoods. Yet when we have a commercial project, industrial or warehouse, the city services that are needed to support that is less, and it ends up being a net plus to the city. So it helps make up for that. That is why Beaumont has a bad rap for property taxes, and that's why we have the services CFD to help make up for that. So this is an opportunity where we can grow the size of the city and have it be a net plus to Beaumont and help us to offset some of the other costs that we have throughout the city. Southern California is growing and continues to grow. I've spent most of my life here, even though I've moved around quite a bit. But it was shared with us from Riverside Riverside County Transportation Commission, RCTC for short, that the LA Ports is the largest in North America, and that 70% of that port traffic goes out by rail or truck through the pass area out the 10 corridor. They call us a pass area because we go through the mountains. We are a natural bottleneck, but that's where most of that, that commerce, materials goes out to the rest of the country. I've spoken to many people over the last few months and since I've been on the council and asking them questions about what their feelings are about warehouses. And the general consensus is if you put it in the right place, it makes sense. And I think this is in the right place and it follows the guidelines that this council has put a lot of effort in and to make that happen. And so I understand the issues with the truck traffic and so forth. I live off the Oak Valley Parkway exit and I pay attention often, and I'll be honest, probably every day because I happen to be a real estate broker. I'm out on town driving around and I compare our city to others and so forth. There's gridlock everywhere. It's not just Beaumont. I was stuck in Colton on a final walkthrough with a client, and it was right out in the immediate intersection leaving her complex. It's everywhere. And so we struggle as a city, and as it was talked about a builder's or a developer's fair share, if that developer's fair share, let's say, is 10% of the improvements that are needed, where does the other 90% come from? We can't sit and wait forever for more developers to come in and finish that. Depending on market conditions and the economy, that could take decades in some cases. So that relies on the city with our budgets to make that happen. We're a growing city. We have other needs. We have the need for a new police station. We have the need for a community center. We are a growing town that our residents wants to see more services for their families to be able to enjoy, their life in Beaumont. And to kind of sum that up into my comments, I do really appreciate the visuals. That helps me quite a bit. I had the visual thought in my mind that the hillside would be cut down lower and it would be closer to the freeway, but it still maintains that height and that distance away from it. I have stood on someone's front porch giving them a market analysis report on their home in Olivewood, and I look at that Amazon building and it is just an absolute eyesore. And so I appreciate what we've done as a council and what the developer has agreed to and what staff has put together to make sure that we have a nice looking building that and so forth that matches the terrain. And because as I told that homeowner, I said that view is a problem and that is a negative impact to your home. And they fully understood that. But then in this case, we're further away from the existing housing. We're further tucked back than I even thought of. So I appreciate sharing that as well. So I'm not sure where we'll go in terms of the conversation, but I tend to jump out there quick and I would support, moving forward with the project. I know that we need to discuss the development agreement, and so if we wanted to go over that next and just get input from the council where we'd like to discuss next. So I see Mr. White's light on, and I'll run back to you.
I forgot to mention that I do appreciate what you have done to come back and put us in a position where we were able to, in our last budget meeting, confirm that we have the funding that we need to make sure the trail goes through and that we don't lose the funds that we've been granted that. I think we all are very familiar with the development agreement. And at this point, I would like to make a motion to approve the project as recommended by staff. And that's my motion.
Okay, we have Mr. Martinez, your light's on, and then I know that Mr. Laura had brought up the comment about changing the public, the community benefit fee. And so
I have concerns and questions. I just want to be out there. So there's a motion on the floor. So if it were to go at this point, I would not be able to support it until I gave my little 2 cents in.
So do we have a second? Okay, so we don't have a second now. So at the moment, the motion fails.
Your Honor, I think it actually dies without a second.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, so with that, we'll turn the time over to Ms. Martinez.
Okay, so let me just go to a couple of questions and the concerns. So number one, concerning our city fiscal impact analysis. So just to clarify, staff, for me, that we had had several changes with lease back and DA and then this modified DA and so forth. So just clarify that none of that has influenced the financial impact analysis. It is what it is, and it still stands with the numbers that are in that report.
That is correct. So the fiscal analysis stands as it is regardless of any changes to the DA. That looks at the property tax revenue, the potential other TOT that could be associated with a hotel, and things like that, regardless of what other decisions are made.
Okay. So just a couple of concerns. So just to address the traffic impact of the 60 and the 10. So again, I look at our mitigation factors being the Potrero and as far as the impact on local roads. So we're addressing that and getting the Potrero project pushed and through to help alleviate that traffic that will be coming from the project. So I want to assure the public that we are looking at that, and we do have that as number one top priority. Again, I had mentioned in my last comments that I can't be a part of the problem, so I can't say yes to a project that I don't feel comfortable that we have some mitigation coming. And talking about our Potrero and funding and seeing some of our funding being addressed here with the benefit fee has made me more comfortable knowing that that has been addressed, as well as the truck routes that we'll be even discussing further in the meeting, and our commercial enforcement, as I mentioned earlier. The fire danger was a concern with me, seeing that it went from, that it will be going from high, very high and high to all very high. That was a concern, but I did read the fire protection plan that was outlined, and I'm confident that that is sufficient to cover that concern. The one-way in and out is still a concern to me. However, with the additional widening of the access road, I'm more comfortable, like Councilmember Lara had mentioned, that we'll be able to have that access in and out if there is a problem. And again, looking at the fire, because I'm looking at the professionals to give me their opinion on if something's going on, is this going to work? And I got the yes, and therefore I'm going to go with that professional opinion, and therefore my concerns, I will say, is addressed. Although I still have concerns, but, at this point, there's not much more we can do with it. I don't think that's a factor enough to be an all-out, this won't work because of that. But I do want to mention that I still have just a slight little wary on that. And then, of course, the air quality. The air quality I mentioned earlier, it is no joke, believe me, I understand. I see the numbers, I'm a biologist, I understand that. The greenhouse gases, the NOx gases, it is a big thing and it is a concern, and it is increasing. But, I look at the plus policy that we have in place, the 1,000 feet receptor, and I look at some of the cities that just came out in the paper where they have 5, 6 logistics centers around schools, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely no way I would even consider such a thing. So I'm confident looking at this project that we've done our diligence by keeping it in an area where we have it away for sensitive receptors. Now, will it contribute to the overall air quality being negative? I understand that. But again, I made my comments earlier that we don't have electric vehicles yet that we can all replace and just everybody go merrily along. So hopefully, I'm going to rely a little bit, and don't laugh, but I'm going to rely a little bit on the state to kind of help us push that so that these conditions and regulations come a little bit more accelerated rate so it can help us not have to deny a project just based on that. So they can help us with their regulations and maybe supplying the technology and so forth needed to help alleviate some of that. So I just wanted to put that out there. So before we go into the DA, I just wanted to mention a couple of other things. So, is this a great deal? Well, maybe not a great deal. I think it's a good and fair deal. Being on the Plus Committee, the countless hours we put into talking back and forth discussions with the applicant, with staff, with legal, listening to public opinion, reading public opinion. It is a project that has good benefits, and I think it's fair, and it is beneficial. Of course, citing the concerns that I already mentioned. We have to ensure that our finances are strong and stable. I've mentioned that theme. We can continue to have those city services above the satisfactory levels that our residents expect and demand. We have to continue to, find projects that are essential in promoting our safety and quality of life. I think the commercial part of this is the good part of it to help bring in investment. I believe the ratio of commercial to logistics is far from equitable. I've always said that. Having the humongous project and a little bit of commercial, I think, is not what I'd like to see, and that's why I don't call it a great project. But I think it is fair, and I think it will help add to our repertoire of business here, and jobs, of course. And, of course, would I rather have seen a tech company headquarters? Of course. Would I rather see a medical center or a Cal State campus? Of course. But I think the public has to remember that we have to play with the cards that we are dealt with. And that is what we have to, as council, look at, is say, okay, this is what we have for this area. What can go there? There is going to be some negative impacts, but this is what we're going to get. And I will tell you, though, with that comment, and being the location, we had mentioned location being a good spot. I don't know if I'd say good spot, but it is appropriate, I think. But I just want to say that under no circumstances would I approve something of this magnitude close to schools and housing. So let that be clear. And that was evident in my no vote with the Summit Station. I mean, there is a place to put things, and at that point, that was not the place. I think this is the place, and this will work. But I do want to mention, according to one of the caller's comments that I do agree with, that I have no intention of turning Beaumont into a Moreno Valley warehouse community. Absolutely not. Which means then to let future developments know, if you require annexation into our community, that I am up in bar, that you're going to have to really convince me that it's going to benefit the community, because it's the last thing I want to see is a Moreno Valley where I have warehouses everywhere. It's just not my vision. But I do believe that this one would work in a place that it is with what they're offering. But I do want to make that clear, because I don't want to be, people tell me, and they're still going to say it anyway, but it's like, oh, yeah, you're just all for warehouses. Well, I'm for going forward, and I'm for helping the city get its revenue, making sure that the projects are where they're supposed to be, getting the benefit that we think we can get from that. So I want to mention that, because it is a big concern to me, and I've seen us in the paper, and I don't want to see us as number one warehouse in the Inland Empire with 9 billion square feet of warehousing. But you take each project as they come, and that's always been my motto. Every project comes in, you look at it equally, you see what they offer, you see where it's at, you see what we can get for that, and is it going to work or not going to work? So I wanted to mention that before I put any vote on record. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. To touch on Councilmember Martinez's point in regards to the secondary access, CAL FIRE did have the developer do a study for exiting on that. So they did do an analysis, did that review. Like you, we do need to trust our experts. But again, I do want to make sure that they can exit out there. And again, I do appreciate the widening of that. And Councilmember White had touched on a couple of things. One was the amount of traffic. There was a 2021 annual average traffic, daily traffic study that was done. The volume of traffic up to Redlands Boulevard was 74,000. And then from there up through Beaumont to the interstate interchange 60 interchange, 56,000. So it's well traveled. The other thing, I don't believe that they had to abide by the plus policy, but this project does meet the items in the plus policy, correct?
Correct. Either in totality or substantially in almost every category.
Okay. So, in regards to developer agreement, I just have some questions in regards to when fees are paid, and then if we can come back and maybe touch on the $1.40, make me a happy man and be nice. Section 2.9.1, or 2.9.1, in the middle of the the paragraph, first paragraph, it talks about the impact fees listed on Exhibit C, but attached to the DA that's attached to this didn't have that exhibit. It says refer to attached, and I couldn't find it. But my question is, it just says, impact fees listed on Exhibit C for such building, or the owner shall pay the development impact fees listed on Exhibit C for such building in the amount in effect at the time the building for such building is issued. The building permit for such building is issued. Typically, the fee is paid in the amount that's due at the time the payment is made. So it sounds, maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe I don't understand it, but it just sounds like they're going to pay the amount. Basically, to me, it tells me that they're locked into an amount once that building permit is issued, regardless of what time, when they pay it. And then on 2.9.4, regional impact fees, MSHCP or the TUMF, typically those are paid prior to occupancy of the building, and they pay the amount in effect at the time they make the payment. This says owners shall be required to pay the regional development impact fees, including but not limited to the TUMF and MSHCP fees, in effect and in the amount due at the time of applying for a building permit. That's contrary to the ordinances, and as I understand them, both MSHCP and the TUMF.
It could be problematic if they're locked in, if the development agreement locks them in, but it's not paid at the time that they apply. That's correct. If something were to change, if it were around early July or early January, which is typically when those agencies would update fees, it could be problematic. I would defer to the city attorney's office ultimately on interpretation of that section, but it is a valid point.
Okay.
Tonight's the first reading, and we can address that
Okay.
in, between now and the time of the second reading.
Okay, and just a concern is if they get locked in and the TUMF fee does go up, then the city would be responsible for the difference, if that was the case.
So I want to make sure I got the sections right. 2.9.1, and the other one was 2.9.4.
0.4,
Okay. All right.
and those were the questions that I had in regards to the DA agreement, outside of my recommendation for the, so, that's all I have, Mayor, at this point.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other lights on. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll put it back to you then. You had recommended that we make a change in terms of the community benefit fee of raising that from $1 square foot to $1.40. You cited the county source on that. Can you reference that back again? Because that's new information for
It was
me.
a RCTC warehouse logistics report that was done in 2019.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to give the developer an opportunity to respond?
Can we take 3 minutes to chat?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll take a little break.
Why don't we take a break? Let's just give you let's just take a 10-minute break, and
Great.
we'll be back at 8:01.
Thank you.
So this is the first reading.
we'll do the additional money that you asked for, Councilman. With the caveat, can I ask, in a discussion, and again, I don't know, Councilman Laura, if it's you or it was Julio, I don't know who brought it up, but a fulfillment center is incentivized for us doing a fulfillment center in one of the buildings. So part of this is I think the Amazon 4-story fulfillment center is almost a positive, if I heard it correctly, $7 million of additional sales tax and what have you. So there was a discussion in part of the council members talking about, incentivizing us to do a fulfillment center. So what I would ask is the increment of the $2 million additional amount, the 40 cents that you asked for, if we're able to get a fulfillment center, would there be some offset to that, to where we would repatriate the $2 million? So it incentivizes us to do a fulfillment center. And I think, within the business park of the 5 million feet, I think there will be, one of the buildings of the fulfillment center. So that would be just the counter, the ask, if you will. So we'll agree to the 2 million additional amount. And then is there a way to offset that if we do get a fulfillment center, that incremental difference?
So, and just to make sure that I'm clear, obviously I can't make that decision with we could discuss it, but are you talking about the caveat of reducing the $1.40 per square foot? Or are you talking about?
Just the increment that you're talking about, the increase, the $2 million increment, the 40 cents?
Right, the 40 cents.
That would be in consideration for getting a fulfillment, that would be offset where basically that is not due.
On that particular building?
So whenever that increment is right, that increment in regards to, we're paying $3 million, let's back up a little bit so we understand. So we're paying the $3 million upfront, basically 90 days from annexation, right? And then the next dollars that we're gonna pay is basically a building permit, right? Of each building permit. So it'd just be incrementally from there. So the dollar, what's ever left over it's $7 million. So the $4 million that's left over, would be incrementally to the remaining square footage. If one of those buildings is a fulfillment center, then you forego the $2 million.
Oh, okay, so if one building is a fulfillment center, then the 2 million is, I see what you're saying, okay.
What we're saying, we're back to $1 a square foot instead of $1.40.
Right, but keep in mind, the $2 million escrow is just a one-time payment. The fulfillment is a recurring payment, recurring. So I think it would be a fair trade. We're excited about trying to get this done too, so.
I appreciate that very much. Obviously, I can tell because you're willing to do what you want to do, but.
So I'm going to jump in if it's okay with a question. So I'm going to give a what-if scenario. So for example, the 4 million remaining based on the square, the buildings as they come online and building permits are pulled. What if that fulfillment center is the last building? Is the city then writing a check back to the developer to make that, to square that up?
What's the square footage on the last building? We'll have to calculate it real quick. It depends on what the square.
And is that last, and do you plan, I know plans can change, but do you plan to build from the east end to the west end?
That's correct.
And is the west end the largest, the one on the end of the west, on the far west is the largest building, am I correct?
It's one of the larger buildings, but the first two phases are 1 million feet, so each one of the buildings could be a fulfillment center. It really is. Any one of the buildings.
Because if we got the 3 up front, then then as those other ones, the middle ones come online.
But just so you understand, if the first building is a fulfillment center, we still pay the dollar incrementally like we have the schedule right now. You just forego the $2 million is what we're talking about.
Okay.
So that's it.
If I'm correct, we're just back to $1 a square foot as opposed to $1.40 a square foot.
Okay.
And this gives us the incentive to do that because I think the reoccurring, amount.
The reward, the long-term reward is certainly a lot bigger.
Exactly. I think that's a fair trade, but I look to your.
Okay. And then can I, Mr. Vestal, the comment about the potential right-of-way issues or anything like that, is there anything that just a knee-jerk reaction from your perspective on the ability to do that and widen that road, or do we have any major obstacles that you can foresee?
No, I looked it up just at a very cursory level, and it appears that that right-of-way is consistent throughout 4th Street.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right, so back to you, Mr. Lar.
Well, just one, I guess, last question is, since the dollar amount is paid at permit issuance, right? If we're 2 buildings in or we're 3 buildings in, and then the 4th building is a fulfillment center, I'm not sure how I feel about giving money back.
That was my line of questioning.
It may not have to be a refund, though. It just means that he may have just advanced the money for the last building.
To adjust
We'd have to calculate.
With the remaining, whatever that is, okay.
There's too many what-ifs as to whether or not the fulfillment center would be in building 1 or building.
Which building?
5.
Yeah.
I
okay.
think that's a
Understood.
fair counter,
Okay.
in my opinion.
Oh, go ahead, Elizabeth.
If I may, Mr. Seibert, when do you anticipate getting commitment on tenants in those buildings?
Usually the tenants will look to commit once you're breaking ground and you're grading, is really where you're at.
Okay,
I think there's been 5 buildings between Banning and Beaumont that is leased over the past 3 years, and I think it's all been where they either were at grading or slab. The Banning building had some issues with it, but it got leased at the very end when they did get the final C of O. So all of them got pre-leased, really, pretty much.
And the reason I ask is I want to avoid refunding.
That was my point, yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I see 2 lights on Mr. White.
First of all, none of us were on council when the other buildings out there were at this point in the process, in the negotiation process. At that point, if we had been told that we would have a fulfillment center that would be generating as much as that one is, in my opinion, again, I don't know for a fact, but in my opinion, is generating, and we were asked in hindsight to say, was it worth $2 million? It is. There's no doubt about it. And I would propose, we don't need to pay it back because you can do it by applying it towards fees on future buildings. You can do it by, we did it with the movie theater where we said there was a certain period of time where you would, the sales tax sharing agreement, I don't know the proper terms, but the fact that we would get a fulfillment center for $2 million, we don't lose any of the other benefits that we're talking about. I don't want to get crazy here because I know the rest of you, but boy, I would give $2 million a building if it was a fulfillment center. If that entire project was a fulfillment center, I'd find a way to get $2 million a building, because in the long term, in the long run, we make that back easily. So, and then it's a lot easier to recommend a fulfillment center, and then all of the people who are opposed to these projects won't have to really stand by their principles and stop ordering stuff from Amazon and everywhere else. So I just think that that we should come up with an agreement that provides that $2 million back to the developer. And I don't think it has to be a cash check. It just has to be an equivalence of $2 million, and we can get creative and find a way to do it. What a problem to have, where we got to figure out how to incentivize. And this is something that we brought up in earlier meetings. And when I brought it up and asked detailed questions about it outside of these meetings, it was hard to figure out a way to do it. And now they're proposing it in a way that I think we can make it happen. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so you brought up the term profit sharing. Sales, that's what I meant, profit sharing. Sales. No, but and what I'm getting at is that on the Plus Committee, I think there was discussion about, and we mentioned this, you'd mentioned this, Mr. Seibert, on the last meeting. We had talked about how can we, like you said, how could we make all of them fulfillment centers? And we talked about having an incentive for them to go out and do that. So I think we can still build that in here with not touching any of the community benefit and keeping the DA, with the exception of our modification now, still add that in as language to where if any of those do become a fulfillment center. Now, I know it's kind of odd, and I know it brings up that, oh, are we in business with the developer type thing? But, it was something that was brought up and that, was discussed. But I think if the council doesn't like that idea because it brings us back to the lease back idea and all that stuff, then I think we run dangerous course on trying to figure out, well, are we gonna, waive? Now, we could do that too, I guess. We could say, well, if you bring a fulfillment, we can waive a community here if it's gonna be a fulfillment in that 1 of 5 or something. I don't know. Just throwing things out there before we wrap up. That would be probably less heartburn for Mr. Lara. I saw his heart.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, don't get me wrong here. We have an offer that it's going to come up front.
Right.
And I think we should accept that offer.
I agree.
But all I'm saying is that when we get to a point, I don't see us ever having to write a check to give the money back. There's a way that as the other buildings come online, that we find a way to amortize the difference back. So I think we can work that out. I think there's ways to work that out.
So at this point, are we ready for a motion?
Sure. I'd like to
Okay.
make a motion to approve the project as written in the agenda with the legal recommendation changes as mentioned by council for 2.9.1 and 2.9.4. I would like to add in the Caltrans confirmation in writing, and to do the $1.40 a square foot with the $2 million incentive for a fulfillment center.
All right, staff's got that correctly? We're good there? Okay, do we have a second?
Do we get the increase in the width of the?
And the increase to 4th Street. Is it 4th Street?
Yeah.
I tried to get it all at once.
That was pretty good.
You did very well.
That was pretty
I
good.
tried.
Okay, so we got that. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Hey, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes. All right, thank you, everybody. Good work on everything.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyd. Thank you, council members. Mayor, thank you for your second.
Thank you. This is going to ask for $2 million.
Okay, thank you. And so we are going to move on to our action items. Item J1, review of the draft downtown Beaumont revitalization plan. And we'll turn that over to Christina Taylor for our staff report. She get in the door?
I don't know.
All right. All right.
And what's your name again, sir?
Jonathan Linkus.
Boy, you know how to clear a room, don't you?
So I'm going to be joined with Todd Tregenza. We're both from GHD, the consultant performing the revitalization.
Do we have your microphone on?
Oh,
If you, hang
There
on
you go.
just a moment, Jonathan, so I can
Okay.
introduce it for
yeah.
council.
Oh, there we go.
Go ahead, Christina.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, as stated, we have Jonathan Linkus and Todd Tregenza from GHD with us this evening. This is the consultant that was selected to perform the downtown revitalization plan. So back in November of 2022, we awarded the contract. And throughout 2023, GHD held both formal and informal stakeholder meetings, met with staff, residents, business owners, business operators in the downtown. We held a number of downtown meetings where GHD came and in some cases spoke formally, in some cases were there just to observe and listen and hear what the businesses were saying. As GHD and their team took in all of the information that was given by the stakeholders, as well as looking at documents and other data that the city had, they were able to perform analysis of the environment, of the city's needs, of council's objectives. They also were able to go through and look at development goals and strategies. And then with that, we're able to put together the draft document that's before you this evening, which captures all of the sort of vision and then path forward to the downtown revitalization. So having said that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan. You guys do have a binder that was provided to you that has the paper document of the draft document. Feel free to make notes right on that. I can provide it for you, a clean copy if you want it electronically. We also have them available for the public to review here. We'll be posting it on the website as well. But the idea tonight is to walk through this, to give you guys an overview at the complete document, and then to give us a couple weeks to digest it and get notes back to staff so that we can work with GHD to finalize this document. So with that, I will turn it over to Jonathan and the team he has with him online.
Great. Todd, can we hear you?
Testing, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay.
Great. So thank you for seeing us tonight and taking some time to review the plan. I really like the planning energy in Beaumont tonight. And as you know, we've been looking at the periphery of the city, and I think it's also good to look at the other end of the economy in the heart of the community. And that's what really this plan is about. So I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if they're seeing it right now.
There you go.
Okay, great. So this is the PDF document as a two-page spread, and we're set up to give a brief overview of the whole document. We can expand on any part in detail per your questions. Without further ado, I'll just introduce the whole project again. I know a couple of you have been to some of our working sessions through the Economic Development Committee, and the Downtown Revitalization Plan was commissioned through the Economic Development Department in late 2022, and our work commenced in 2023. The goal of the project is to detail and enrich the physical planning of downtown while also drawing up strategic actions for implementation of the area plan's vision. So I think what's important to mention here as we look at these pages is the key difference between the area plan under your general plan, chapter 11, and this revitalization plan. The most significant difference is between that area plan and this effort is the real estate and economics study. The study uses anticipated citywide housing growth per the general plan with consideration for the growth of the sphere of influence in terms of housing. And it factors in the household demographics anticipated and current growth rates per year, and we also use capture ratios for what downtown can capture economically from that growth citywide. And we basically have used that with our, in conjunction with our economics consultant, Linda Congleton Associates, to determine how much dining and retail is supportable in this district. So there's a little diagram on the page here with these 4 arrows that shows we have an economic forecast partnering next to or being brought alongside the area plan. The forecast is the ball of wax, how much total material you have to work with, and the area plan says where and how it should be. We presented that to stakeholders through 2 rounds of workshops, as well as the committee meetings here. And with that, we apportion that potential, that economic potential to opportunity sites we've identified through our process. And those opportunity sites are shown in maps in this document. On the right side of the page there, you can see the difference between the area plan boundary and our own. It's a more focused zone at the core of downtown along Beaumont Avenue from Veely to about Palm along 6th. So the document has 4 parts. We have an overview section where we include some existing conditions as well as the economic study. That's important. We also have a part 2, which is for development and mobility. That's where you see drawings of downtown. Opportunity sites with vignette site plans, as well as street reconfigurations. Part 3 is an implementation plan. I know that's something that's anticipated for this project, as well as 2 appendices that contribute to that understanding of implementation steps. There's also a part 4 for architectural guidelines and a signage program. We've yet to kick off that phase of the work, but that will follow this, and I think we can present it at a later time. So in the document, we show the vision statement. This comes from the general plan, and again, we're basically supporting and supplementing that document. Overall, this work supports, again, and supplements that area plan. Our document shows what many of the land uses, building types, and road sections from that plan mean to a general audience in legible plan drawings that are not a part of the area plan. So there's a street section. In this document, we show how that lays out across several blocks. Each proposal is, even though it's approachable, each proposal is crafted by an urban designer or a road geometrician so that you can take these drawings to conversations with your development partners or your capital project bidders. We understand this is part of an ongoing process that really started as far back as 2014, if not 2019. We summarize that here in our document, cover existing conditions, and we also show the process by which we identified opportunity sites. The opportunity sites we've shown are primarily vacant or underutilized lands. We've identified any building that may be a current employer, but as a long-term plan, we're looking at something like 10 to 20 years of change. So most of this is infill development that can occur in that time on lands that are essentially almost available through lot merging. The development forecast is detailed in the document here as a summary, and you're looking at those pages right now, but we also have the entirety of the economics report as Appendix A from Linda Congleton's team. So I'm going to summarize that here. The city is anticipated to reach a general plan build-out of about 31,000 homes, and a further 10,000 homes are anticipated outside the municipal boundary in the sphere of influence. Our urban economics consultant estimates that can support about 76,000 square feet of total dining, existing and new. And that's about a 10 to 15 year minimum time frame. So given that some 13,000 to 14,000 square feet of existing high-performing restaurants stand today in downtown area in our boundary, this plan projects about 62,000 square feet in further demand that we need to accommodate through our planning process. So depending on the type of business, that's roughly 14 to 16 full-size, quick casual, or full-service fine dining restaurants from Veely to Pennsylvania, along 6th and along Beaumont up to 12th Street from the freeway. So in our plan, we have drawn site plans that show about 53,000 square feet of total commercial development. Some of that's in mixed use, some of that's in standalone, and our recommendations pertain on a site-by-site basis to what that development type might be. And so we're accounting for about 12 to 14 of those businesses through our plan drawings. These numbers, again, pertain to expected outcomes beyond a 15-year planning horizon. And the actions needed to secure that future pertain to the suitability of downtown to outside visitors in terms of the pedestrian environment, which we also address in our plan, plan navigability through the landscape architecture, the public realm, and the signage program, and the marketing and other measures at the back of the book and implementation that really capture travelers outside Interstate 10 traffic to raise the profile of downtown as a place to visit. And so our plan shows the spaces that can accommodate as many as 12 restaurants of that category. Our economics consultant also assumes another 3 to 4 retail shops may actually be converted to a dining use as we focus our economy away from retail and a little more towards a dining and service orientation in this district. So that all of those numbers are shown on this table that summarizes on the left side the economics findings for the total viable and supportable retail, commercial, and dining. And on the right side, there's a summary of how much we're showing in our plan drawings. And we're happy to answer more detailed questions after this overview or later by email, of course. I think what's really important also are the stakeholder interviews that were performed by the economics consultant one-on-one with landowners, business owners, from downtown and some potential developers that work in this area. I think there were 2 in that list. And the recommendations they made to the city and to us are summarized in this bullet list, section 2.6, stakeholder interviews. So those are especially helpful, coming directly from the entrepreneurs of our community. We performed, again, a lot of public outreach, and that's summarized in chapter 3. You can see here that I think what's interesting is subsection 3.2, choosing a degree of change. That was a poster where we had our stakeholders vote, just left side or right side, how much change do you want to see in terms of your public realm, the kind of development, how we might use some of the ancillary spaces like alleys and side streets. And there was a lean towards that right side, a significant degree of change. So that really means we need to look at the highest and best use for development and what zoning changes may be needed to accommodate those development types, those building types. So the viewpoints of the community members and downtown business owners are captured in the remainder of that chapter. I think on the right side here, I'll just highlight that these are the general plan road sections compared to some alternatives that are similar. They're all better for pedestrians, but they offer alternatives to the median parking, and a significant majority of those attending our meetings voted in favor of the drawings on the books right now in the area plan that supports that median parking that's basically built as an event space on 6th Street. So we really were checking in on the area plan and ensuring the community supports that. So the land use chapter is chapter 4, and that's where we really look at how does that amount of development, that gross square footage, land on available sites, and how does that match up with the economic picture for beyond 10 to 15 years. And we've organized that into a strategic framework that focuses on 3 major areas we've called revitalization hubs. So these are characterized by city ownership of properties or facilities, or an ability to facilitate a developer's interest in that corner. And so we're looking at Grace Avenue, where you have a stub end street that is underutilized right now and accesses parking for the Ramona's restaurant. You have lands adjacent to the Civic Center and a current park and ride lot that may see a change of use in the future. And the city has been collaborating with landowners and discussing with developers the potential for sites at 8th and Beaumont Avenue. And so all of these are depicted, as well as the individual standalone sites, in purple and orange on that diagram. Through each of these chapters, we cover a range of public realm types and development types. Recommended for revitalization around Grace Avenue. That includes the historic City Hall, the laundromat. Both of these have the potential to accommodate some of that dining need and demand. And we've got more detailed recommendations about what might go into those buildings in terms of tenancy from our economics consultant. The land that currently is used by the park and ride, as well as storage for the police headquarters, is also something we've been looking at, and we have some precedents from other states where our own economics consultant has seen a city use land like that to either ground lease or sell off as basically a catalyzed retail development. And examples we've seen are anywhere from 3 to 4 dining establishments that basically are a first in on 6th Street as a kind of new business space. And the storage area and the police headquarters, which we know to eventually be moving out to a better campus-like facility that accommodates their needs, opens up all of that land at the upper right-hand corner of that site for parking in general use for the downtown district, but also serving that new project we're recommending there. So that's the second of these revitalization hubs, if you will. Lastly, we have looked at the potential for a private developer to make something happen at 8th and Beaumont Avenue. This is basically a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot dining establishment that would be owner occupied and would be independent, non-chain. So this isn't a drive-through. This is probably something like a quick casual or fine dining. And the land behind it currently, I believe, is owned by the same owner, and that has the potential for a 6 or 8 pack of basically lot line housing. So through that, we're also reviewing other development types that might occur later beyond the purview of your involvement in catalyzing development at those 3 locations. One of those is very important to the vision fulfillment of the area plan, which is infill mixed use along 6th Street. And we cover 3 different sizes of development like that on lands that are likely to be available in the next 10 years. Most of these projects would probably not start for 10 years, but lot merging and talking to potential developers through the Economic Development Department is a way to start those conversations. We also cover dense walkable housing, and that's important because this is something that was mentioned to us by developers that had an interest in the city and were inquiring. They were like, what are you aware of on lands that you're studying? And, we deferred to the city, but developers are already chomping at the bit, so to speak, to put in single-family homes as such. So the Chapter 5 covers a very detailed view of larger CAD drawings that cover all of 6th Street from Palm to Veely and all of Beaumont from 5th up to 11th Street, I think, in our drawings. And those are sampled through this chapter, and we show the different segments according to a legend in this framework drawing here. So these are the segments you already have on the books, and this plan shows how those connect to each other in lane transitions in different modes, as well as demonstrating the magnitude of the change of character of the public realm through street trees made available or that have room in the public realm with these changes. We also introduce roundabouts, and these roundabouts are not just an urban beautification or the creation of a gateway. They facilitate the transitions between surrounding roads and the one lane each way configurations that are on the books for downtown. So we're showing these transitions, we're demonstrating the pedestrian safety measures in these plan drawings, we're showing the full potential of the street tree canopy, and we're introducing roundabouts. We also prepared a basic SIDRA model to ensure that with realistic ADT volume increments that the roadway configurations shown function as expected without significant stacking, delays, or impacts to neighboring districts. At the end of that chapter, we cover an analysis of parking based on existing and future businesses, and we apply a conservative parking standard that is recommended by Urban Land Institute for districts where parking is shared among businesses, essentially a park once district. And those numbers are included there, and so we're sort of showing our math in detail, but there are recommendations for how to ensure that in the long term, there's no issue regarding coverage and shared parking. None of that parking impact, I'll note, really comes for at least 10 years of development. So this is a long-term anticipatory advisement. One of those is, of course, the long-term view we've put towards a parking deck recommended for the city-owned lands at Orange, where there's a current police headquarters. Part 3, Chapter 6 is a revitalization implementation plan. It's organized into long-term district-wide programs and initiatives, and then another section with action items targeting the development of the revitalization hubs. These paragraphs provide much of the language you need to provide rationale for the staffing and capital commitments in your future meetings and approvals, and they also include text about the relationship to downtown outcomes in that prose. I think 2 things I'll highlight there before I wrap up is this section 6.2 is an analysis of the differences between current zoning from the area plan as recently updated and the building types that are seen as viable through the economic study. So there are a few differences there in red, and I know that currently your commercial and retail development code is being updated. That's an opportunity to capture some of these recommendations now. Most of it pertains to dwelling units per acre in mixed-use development. I think I've been speaking for 20 minutes, so I won't cover all of these in detail, but these are the administrative and governance recommendations. About half of them are actually text from our economics consultant. So her recommendations, I think, are tested against significant experience in the retail space. And we have step-by-step instructions related to those 3 city-involved revitalization hubs. The last item I'll highlight here is the Gantt chart for the action plan timeline. And that shows an early take that we developed with Christina and earlier on Kyle Orsinski about the timing for some of these projects in 5-year phases. So I think that's something you all should especially pay attention to as you provide editing instructions to staff, and that's something we're going to revisit as we come before you again with the final draft of this document. The 2 appendices are that economics report, and we also have at the end an environmental or CEQA memo that advises a CEQA addendum or ISMND addendum to the programmatic EIR you already have from the general plan. So that's a 20-minute breeze through the document. It's in draft form, and we're going to come to you again with edits based on your input. So we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you. We'll turn the time over to see if we have any public comments.
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Mr. White, it looks like your light's on. Go ahead.
So I think we talked about this concept before of working in districts, starting like with the Gray Street District. Does it make sense that even though we're going to do these in portions, maybe Gray Street, maybe Beaumont Avenue, maybe 6th Street, that we have a consistent style and design throughout the entire city? Do you address that in here?
That is the second phase of our work that we are about to commence with.
Okay.
That's the architectural guidelines.
Okay.
And we also have a signage program. So public realm navigability, signage about where businesses, where City Hall, where public parking will be, monuments that announce downtown, the potential for an archway just outside of Orange Avenue are all things we're considering now, and we need to kick that off.
Okay.
We've even talked about a pylon with some visibility from the freeway.
Okay.
I know, I think it's Temecula. No, Yucaipa's doing one. So architectural style, you have a lot of great assets. The City Hall is in that Mission Revival style. There's the Art Moderne laundromat right now that I think is under private ownership. All of these are what tell a story about downtown and I think kind of hold it together. And we have some really great examples in the architectural tour just north of 6th Street. So these are all things that need to be reflected. And we need to have an architectural guideline that's still flexible and allows a lot of creativity, doesn't add a lot of cost to what developers want to bring, but in a way that new developers can coordinate with the assets we have now. So
right,
yeah.
and I like what the whole report that you have. A lot of good details, and there's especially a good photo on page 28 that I'll draw your attention to. But I look forward to seeing what you're talking about as far as that, because I'm thinking if we're working on Gray Street and someone else a developer sees an opportunity in another part of the city, it would be nice, or part of the downtown, it'd be nice to require them to sort of make sure that we're staying on track because of the whole plan, even though we're not at a new district. So that was my thought. You look at some cities like El Paseo and Rancho Bernardo, areas like that, where you're in a different town because of the design standard. So
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Foot, go ahead.
I just had a question for staff. I don't know if this has gone to Economic Development Committee or anything else, but is this going in this draft form to them as well?
So Economic Development Committee has had a number of presentations about this over the past year. This draft, since it's been presented here tonight, it'll go up on the website. It will get to the Economic Development Committee at the next meeting to let them know that it's out. But they have been part of the process of input throughout 2023.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so one of the big concepts that we saw really early on And one of the visions was to make it as walkable as possible. So I'm looking at your drawing, so it looks like we're focusing the parking in the interior of the street while we're allowing the movement on the outer parts. So, and some of the conceptual drawings show quite a bit of sidewalk there, almost enough to where you can walk and like put a few tables and stuff out there as well. So is it your opinion that there's enough area in there to do that?
That's the intent. First of all, the street sections actually are almost one and the same with what's in the general plan now. And we appreciated those drawings because they also considered that the parkway space afforded by a narrowing of the roadbed allows that kind of dining space or seating, either casual or formal with a small fenced-in area. It can be temporary, it's got a use permit with it, and it's attended to by the businesses just the other side of that walkway. Most of that doesn't have parallel parking there, but you're actually sticking more parking spaces in that segment of the street with this configuration. I'll also note that the face of curb to face of curb width for most of the segment in question here with that median parking is the same as the 3-lane configuration to the west of Beaumont Avenue. So there's some future flexibility as you test this design through further modeling with the next consultant that details this. But in all cases, there is the introduction of a parkway with street trees. That parkway is 4 to 5 feet wide. That's plenty for a single row of tables and chairs, in addition to the sidewalk you already have.
And then, of course, everyone knows my opinion on roundabouts, but I will admit that the conceptuals look really doable. And it's not your typical roundabout. I see one at Palm Avenue, so I know we've got, school traffic and stuff coming from that area out onto 6th Street. So I'm curious on how that functionality might work. And then, of course, it's the California and 6th, very large type of an oval looking type of roundabout. But it's your opinion through, your research and your expertise that that's functionable for those areas, I'm assuming.
Yes, the transition at Palm Avenue from westbound or for westbound traffic actually includes a median and island design that begins to prepare that traffic for the 1-lane each way movement. And that's off screen there, but in the CAD drawings we're going to provide. So that's already facilitating that. And remember, traffic in a roundabout doesn't stop. So even though it slows down, it's safer, you actually put more throughput in each of those intersections. And just like our neighbors up in Yucaipa, that provides that gateway announcement that bookends both ends of downtown. And they've got monument signage, sculpture, public art. One of them, I think, even has an electronic sign. So they're really using them. On the west end at California Avenue, again, a custom design for Beaumont in our work that accommodates, the elongation accommodates that angle. And you can see the amount of public realm you have in that gray spot on page 67. That's all shown as a kind of patio space that's actually in the public realm on the land use chapter where you're looking at the laundromat. So there's like a park-like environment or plaza where you can put a statue, a monument to city heroes. You can put outdoor dining out there. You can put a sound wall that's got some glass on the top. You can do a lot to really create a pedestrian environment that's so much more than sidewalks with the amount of space you have there.
And I'm glad to see that you don't have speed bumps throughout your roundabout. So there is a neighboring a city that...
We've heard many stories about the multi-lane roundabout at Morongo, so that's...
Yeah, I've lost many a shock there. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Voigt, go ahead.
Do you know the level of service that was used on the intersections there? Is it current with what we have in the general plan?
Todd, are you available for that?
Yeah, the level of service would improve relative to the traffic signal alternative at those intersections without intersection widening. So we're trying to accommodate the road diet, the lane reduction without compromising on level of service. I actually, unfortunately, I don't have the level of service right in front of me right now. I can try to look it up, but it would function at level of service C or better.
Thank you. And then within the design, did we look at outdoor dining at all and encouraging that or providing space for that?
The street sections provide space for that. We've not detailed it in our depictions, but there is room for that. Certainly, we're looking at a little bigger scale right now, so.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Voigt, you had me at level of service, buddy.
I'm learning. At least I'm trying.
Councilmember White had touched on the districts. I think in the first, when I was in the Economic Development Committee, there was you gave a presentation regarding suggesting that, was it the lady that was with you, suggested, because a lot of cities want to try to tackle everything at one time, so the suggestion was to break it up into districts, so you're taking basically smaller bites of the apple, right? Are you going to prepare a suggested district map for us, or is that not necessary, or how do you go about setting up these districts? So we kind of, to touch on what Councilmember White was talking about, is you have architectural features, right, throughout that are consistent, but where do you kind of break up the districts and say, okay, this is District 1, and we're going to focus this particular CIP project in this area, and District 2 will get this, and,
The information is going to be conveyed in a number of ways for a number of reference uses. The first of which, the parcels themselves are shown in this plan here, so you can identify what those districts are. I should also correct myself and say that they're not districts in the zoning and planning sense or development code sense.
Understood.
The entire area will benefit from the architectural guidelines as a district, and hopefully some of the land use changes as well, DU per acre and FAR intensity. But we're also going to provide GIS and CAD files that identify those parcels, and many of them are known to you right now. I can list them. They're the park and ride site, the police headquarters. Those are identified by Linda's work as a place where you can act sooner because they will eventually be city-owned. And, well, they're city-owned now, but they're going to be available for city concepts. And then the city hall, the historic city hall, I should say, from 1913, as well as what public-private partnership you can achieve around that Beaumont Cleaners. And the Grace Avenue itself is also a part of that district where you can provide some greater measure of walkability because that cul-de-sac in the drawing is not needed for every visitor to make a turnaround. They're usually turning left into Ramona's. So all of that is to say that the drawings show the extent of those areas where public realm can be improved. And those parcels are identified through CAD, through these drawings, and also on the overall summary map. Does that answer your question in terms of?
No, so I was looking for something that you would say, okay, and you would set boundaries, right? Or recommended boundaries. Okay, this is what we say would be the extent of District 1. Here's the extent of District 2. Here's the extent of District 3. So it's visible on a CAD file.
We can provide that as an overall boundary around the
Right.
whole of the district, and that would be very useful for your bid documents.
Right.
So that's something we can either ensure is on these drawings in an appendix where we've just shown boundaries and parcels only, because I know you could really use those graphics in your RFPs.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, hopefully I don't sound negative when I ask this question, but do we have any examples of, I think of Ukaipa, for example, when they redid their downtown section and they did, the streets and their roundabouts, that in an existing small area where the walkable area made sense, that it was nice and compact, and when you look at Redlands, they have kind of the same thing, or a little more spread out and more a T. And so if we were to do those district areas, those are still kind of spread out in concept. How do we make sure that, and maybe if there's other city examples that you might know of, that if we start putting this investment in, that, obviously if we make the roads look nicer and things and so forth, it's going to increase the property values to an extent. But is it going to be enough to entice a developer to maybe come in and say, okay, I'm going to buy buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in a row, and then if they have to, tear them down, build something new, and then we have more of that walkable concept. I think that would be more, when you showed those degrees, that's the one on the far right, to have something like that, where you have, multi-story with housing above and the shops down below. That'd look really cool if you had, a couple blocks of that in a row. But we kind of have a hodgepodge right now, and it's kind of spread out. And I like the area of starting with the Grace building, but there's nothing down there. People don't go down there. We've got a couple of antique shops and so forth. But being a resident here for 20 years, I see that area of town being used less and less and less, and it's just a pass through to run and jump on the freeway. And so,
Great question. Yeah.
how do we make sure that the investment's going to pay off? That I would hate to see a bunch of money go in to make the streets look nice, and then businesses still look the same and nothing changes.
Something to consider that I've learned from Linda Congleton's view of Beaumont's potential is that, number one, you already have a lot of small businesses that are viable, they're here for the future, and they occupy a lot of the lands on small parcels before us along 6th Street. So we have to squint to imagine a lot of them being replaced in the next even 10 years. So that's the first stop where we say we need to look at available lands or lands that are most likely to be available next. That's where we looked at, for example, some of these purple parcels in this diagram here. Those are sites with the potential for mixed use. That's why we've used the purple.
And you're on page which one?
This is page 40. I think it's showing on it is showing on the screen. So
there it goes.
We can go example by example, and a little bit of that rationale is actually provided on the pages where we show the plan drawing for those sites. But you have a lot of underutilized or vacant buildings at 6th Street and California, and one corner of that is a pretty significant employer. So that employer would need to either find a new location willingly or be a part of a REIT that would be an investment trust for that land. But that process takes time, and then there's lot merging that needs to occur. So all of that is to say that that's where some of that infill that connects the disparate districts or sub-districts, I should say, can occur with those mixed-use building types.
Yeah, I think of that vacated muffler shop, and so forth that's there and so forth.
Yes.
And you've got a nice building and a couple of, like an empty lot, then an old building, and then a nice building, and so forth, and it just tends to.
So that's in the plan, but we say that is going to take time, and we're saying that should be about 10 years because the city's going to be busy providing the sort of example or catalytic projects at either end of that in the focus areas. So I think something that's really important is that we've emphasized that the city needs some early wins that convince future developers to see that potential and to commit to that investment. They also need, restaurateurs need spaces that they can fit out affordably, that is the right size. And many of them will look at some of the building stock now and say, I have to do a fire conversion. I know there's a support for that, but it's too small. I need 4,000 square feet.
Because we've got a lot that are small, that are nice restaurants, but if they don't have as many tables, to keep the business going, unfortunately, we have a lot of turnover downtown.
Yeah, that's
too.
where the economics intersects with building types, and that's where we've applied those designs to the sites to show, hey, they're looking for 4,000 square feet. We see space for that at 8th and Beaumont Avenue right now. And that's going to be available probably the soonest because the land is vacant facing Beaumont Avenue, and there's some beautiful trees around it that could be a part of a beautiful site plan. Some of the other land where there's less use but some use is there's an adorable little flower shop on 6th Street right now. I think that landowner may have mentioned an interest in something in the future, although not specific. And then you have the 2 house lots across from City Hall that were cleared recently. And I know that someone's waiting for an opportunity there. So what we've done is we've taken those sites and said, if we just got that right now, what does a building look like? And that's what the plans on the following pages do for those mixed-use buildings. So when future developers see the city committing to the capital improvements on 6th Street, and they see the early wins of a new use in the city hall, or excuse me, the historic city hall, the Beaumont cleaners, and a clear lot being prepared for a bid package for a retail developer across from City Hall at Orange Avenue, that visibility of those early wins is going to be really convincing to someone that needs to commit to a more complex project of lot merging on 6th and California. So it's really about showing the early wins on available lands, focusing on those that are achievable in the near term, and then allowing that to build a credible message for future developers as you help them see the potential on these Sixth Street mixed-use sites. Other areas, another thing that's just really important is bringing some body heat to downtown, bringing more residents that live in downtown and not just at the periphery and the suburbs. And so these yellow parcels, yellow is traditionally a residential land use color, those are optimal for what developers are doing in the form of a 6 or an 8-pack, or 12 on one of these. So that's a merged lot that's then reparcelized. They're single-family for-sale product, but the buildings don't touch. They're just very close together, so it works like a multifamily.
Like a detached townhome in a sense, right?
Exactly. And we've even said it could be attached townhomes, given the pressure for housing these days. But those will bring added patrons. The visibility of that also helps convince a retailer, hey, this is where we can really open our business. We're ready to commit to 3,000 square feet in the base of a 2 or 3-story building with studios on top at 6th Street. So those metrics need to be sort of proven through the early wins.
Okay, gotcha. I appreciate that explanation. So then, with the Grace Avenue area over there, so then do we need to, is there rezoning that we need to do to help make that happen, or is that already kind of in place?
Yep, a lot of the zoning is in place through the downtown area plan already, which is part of the current zoning code. There are some recommendations, and part of the reason why the design standards and the signage haven't come forward yet is because this document is getting done. It's going to fold into the zoning code update. Some of these recommendations for adjustments in downtown will be rolled into that zoning code that will come to you guys for the update. And then the design, so we have design guidelines that will go with downtown, and guidelines are more loosely based, maybe not necessarily codified, as opposed to design standards, which we have discussed here previously with some things that we are going to require of development, specifically commercial industrial, that come in to make sure that they meet the standard that we want. So with downtown, we already have some baseline guidelines in place and some standards in the zoning code already. And this will fold into what we're doing to update. And then we'll work with Julie and Doug and other people to work on the branding component and how the signage fits into that and how it marries with the design guidelines and what we really want to see from a aesthetic, vision for council when people are coming in and out of downtown.
Thank you. Appreciate both those explanations. And then to help with maybe with downtown housing and more of a walkability, is there any efforts towards a hub of like a downtown market, like a smaller, like walk-in type, supermarket type of thing, so people can continue that walk theme and so forth?
So we do have provisions in the code right now to have smaller scale groceries. So I think we have it capped right now, if I'm not mistaken, at about 5,000 square feet. Or maybe slightly more with planning commission approval, but those types of uses would already be permitted and just be scaled appropriately to what we're trying to do downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll note that the building footprint we've sketched for you at 8th and Beaumont is I think is a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot building. Great place for a corner bodega or market that sees as much patronage and sometimes even has outdoor table seating as much as a restaurant. So that potential is available just about anywhere. The retail is accommodated in the downtown area land uses that are already in place. Most of the changes that are needed are for accommodating denser housing along 5th Street. And some of the mixed-use development types right on 6th Street. The developers are seeking building types for 1-bedroom and sometimes studio units, and those tend to be a higher DU per acre. But that minutia is really just in support of those longer-term uses that would come. You can really act now on most of these revitalization hub areas, as we call them.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. White.
So the economic portion of the plan that we're moving forward with, is that going to be what we have here, or did you say that's going to be another phase of the actual?
So that's the appendix.
Okay.
And it could be provided under separate cover if you wish.
Well, here's my thought, because
Yep.
I have that appendix open right here.
Sure.
If you go back to that map you were just on.
Yes. Go to the land use map here.
I think it would be helpful looking at the 3 sections of purple that you have along 6th Street, and then, you know, at 6th in California, 6th in Beaumont, and 6th in, is that Palm or no?
Palm's the split one.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
close to Palm.
This one here?
Yeah, it's close to Palm.
Yeah.
To your regular.
Okay, so, yeah, right, Palm's right here. And then the 8th Street, it would be good to get some economic analysis of something that we've been talking about, which is the city trying to purchase those, purchase not those properties specifically, but purchase properties in this area that we can then have control of what kind of purchaser comes in. And I don't know if I didn't go through the appendix. We just got this tonight, so I haven't really gone through it in
Understood, yeah.
detail.
City Manager Gibbs and I have been already working separately with Linda Congleton, who prepared this, on some targeted acquisition ideas and strategies for downtown.
That's what I was looking for, but I don't want landowners to start going, okay.
Yeah, I believe she's
Catch up.
providing some direct consultancy about how to do that, so
Okay.
that's really good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, no other lights on?
So
Back
this,
to you, Christina?
This is essentially a receive and file, although if you'd like to provide any additional direction to staff at this time, we're happy to receive it. What staff would like is for council to have a couple weeks to digest this. If you would like to have a meeting specifically to discuss it, we can work through the city manager's office, or if you would like to just provide me comments directly, we'll take that and get it back over to Jonathan and his team to incorporate anything as needed into the final version. But other than that, no specific requests.
And so then how does I'll call it your phase 2 work with their development standards? Does that go as part of this, and that's just the continued work to update this itself?
It will
or-
be continued work. So what we'll do is bring a final version of this forward to council. We're in May, so probably end of June or second meeting in June. And once we have that, we're going to provide this information, which our consultant that's working on the zoning code update already has been sort of part of this process on the periphery, so they have the information. But we will send the rest of this over to them so they can marry the recommendations. And then between what we're working on with the design standards that will be in the zoning code, we'll continue to work with the team at GHD for the guidelines to make sure that those work together. The ones specific for downtown, and then we'll have the regular citywide ones as well.
And then I would encourage that this run back through the Economic Development Committee. I figured that's what you were
Sure
going
thing.
to say, Jessica. All right, Mr. White, any last comments? Or?
I think,
She had her light on. I think that was the reason.
and I sort of had the similar type of question, which is, if we do chew on this for a couple weeks, does that provide an opportunity for it to get to Economic Development Committee before
Absolutely.
we come back?
Yeah, our second meeting, or our Economic Development Committee is the second Wednesday in June. So really, staff will work on council's time. If we don't bring the final version back until the meeting in July, that's fine with staff. We try to, we understand council's desire to move projects along and get things done. So if we need a little bit more time to allow Economic Development Committee some time also to digest, we're happy to do that, and we can adjust the schedule with GHD accordingly.
And I think it would be a good idea that the council members who are not on the EDC would provide input, for the development committee.
Good point.
Yeah, I think if we can send this through I don't know, these are my thoughts. If I send it through the Economic Development Committee, we receive their comments back, we make those changes based off of it, and then we review that as a whole. I think that's the purpose of the committee, to provide comments and direction.
Okay.
Understood. Direction received. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Okay. On to item J2, presentation and discussion of truck routes. Staff report by Mr. Robert Vestal.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The intent of this item tonight is to provide an update of where we are on the the truck routes. Also get council's input on anything that that they want addressed, their concern, your concerns. We have Fair and Peers here. Jolene Hayes prepared the presentation. It is a lot of information. I'd rather make this kind of an open discussion, so if you have a question, I think we're all going to retain that knowledge better if we're interacting with it rather than Fair and Peers just going through the presentation, so.
Okay, and then, so let me pause you on that. Nicole, do we have any public comments right now?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the
Okay.
line.
And I don't know if we asked for the last one, but there's nobody on. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's go ahead and go with, if you're good, Robert, then we'll go with the presentation, and then, as you guys mentioned, if we have any questions, chime in.
Okay, just a logistical question. How do I make the presentation pop up? Don't know which one it would be.
And the microphone, too.
What presentation is this, Robert? On eScribe?
This is my fault. I did not help Jolene.
It's okay, we can win it. Thank you. Let me see if I can get this.
Is it the same that's in the agenda?
It is.
Okay, and then I think you can click through those to jump pages.
Okay, great. Good evening, members of the council. I'm Jolene Hayes. I'm with Fair and Peers. I study freight and logistics issues throughout the country. Currently working on some national research right now on truck parking specifically, but a lot of what I'm going to give you, to Robert's point, might be a bit much, so feel free to stop me and ask questions or have conversations. So just really quickly, what I'm going to cover, trends and regulations. So what you're seeing in your city, and we listened earlier tonight to one of the biggest development projects happening. What's on the ground today, what we're anticipating as far as development and growth, key corridors that are currently being used, and what we think you need for the future for truck routing. So some of the drivers of what we're seeing happen, it's not just in your region, it's throughout the country. The Inland Empire just happens to be one of two hotspots in the nation, the other one being Lehigh Valley up in Pennsylvania. So you're in the hotspot. A lot of what's driving it is e-commerce. We have reshoring happening, so a lot of industry is coming back to the U.S. Part of that's just based on geopolitical issues, and we want to make sure that sourcing of goods is nearby. The scale is changing. A lot of that's technological advances, so high cube, fully automated warehouses, a lot more truck traffic coming in and out of those facilities. One of the other major changes that's happened since COVID is instead of being just-in-time logistics, which means the minimum amount of space that we need for storing goods, now we're just in case. That's backfill, making sure we have sufficient inventory so we don't run out of toilet paper again. Same-day delivery is the other thing that's really, so we go online, you order whatever you can think of, just whatever you can pull out of the air, and it's going to be on your doorstep in 2 days. That means a lot more stock keeping units or SKUs are being stored at these facilities. So these facilities have to be about 3 times the size of typical brick and mortar retail. So that's a lot of what's driving this demand. We don't see it going away anytime soon. But with that, we have a lot of trucking problems, especially with communities. You have truck routing, truck parking, congestion, safety concerns. We also have concerns with emissions, as was discussed earlier, but we also have a significant push to go zero emission here in California. We're pretty far ahead of the game there. Which does open up an opportunity when it comes to truck parking, which is one of the other issues we heard earlier. I was happy to see your plus policy too, that it's starting to deal with the truck parking issues. But just to give you a sense of the scale of the truck parking demand that you might be anticipating, 1 in every 10 trucks that comes to deliver or pick up something in the city of Beaumont needs to stop and park for 30 minutes. It's a mandated break. 1 in 20 trucks needs to stop for 9 or more hours to take a break. So those parking spaces are limited.
And Jolene, on that, is when they hit their limit, they need to stop within a few minutes? Is that true?
It's immediate.
Okay.
And I'll cover that in depth in just a few
Okay, thank
minutes. But that is a very good question. So the regulatory landscape, there's local, state, federal regulations associated with trucks and how they operate. At the local level, it's really truck routing and truck parking that you dictate. State level, it's size and weight of vehicles. And they do have some STAA routes that they dictate. But the truck routing regulations or restrictions at the state level are mostly around safety. So making sure that a facility can geometrically facilitate the movement of a truck, that a bridge can carry the weight of those trucks. They also mandate the air quality standards. At the federal, it's also size and weight, which is slightly different than California's. The hours of service, and then the electronic logging devices, which we'll get to the whole issue of what happens to truck drivers if they don't stop. So at the local level, it's really the truck routes and making sure that your responsibility is if you're permitting a project that requires trucks to be able to access that facility, you must provide the access to that facility for a truck. So designating your local truck routes is the most helpful way to make sure that you're encouraging trucks to use the routes that are preferred in your community. Designation of the STAA routes, that's the federal regulation. They're slightly longer trucks. They require a little bit more turning radius at the intersections. And those are more limited to intermodal facilities like a rail yard.
Can you give an example of one of those trucks or what that acronym is for?
Yeah, STAA means Surface Transportation Act. It was part of the Transportation Bill of 1982. That's where that regulation comes from at the federal level. That limited truck size and weight due to safety concerns of some of the trucks becoming too long or too heavy in some of the states. So some states have grandfathered in regulations, like every state around California, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon. They all allow longer, bigger trucks than we do. On the on-street truck parking within the city of Beaumont, I understand that trucks are prohibited from parking on public streets. The county does not prohibit trucks from parking. So in pockets of the city that there are concerns, like on 4th Street in Potrero, we know that we observed when we were out there doing our drive around that trucks are heavily parking over there, and it's just because there isn't another place for them to go. So just real quick to some of the size stuff. So for California legal, it's really this kingpin to rear axle, that second bullet, that helps reduce the turning radius that's required at intersections. That's why most cities don't have designated STAA routes unless they have to. You need about 46 feet in an ideal situation to go from a single lane into the same return lane versus the federal STAA design, which is a 50-foot turning radii. So we try to avoid those as much as possible by going from 2 lanes into another 2-lane road so they can take over part of the lane when they're turning. Some of the other things that you can do is just have a painted island instead of a raised median so they can go into the center median that's painted, or having curbs that you can mount, or constructing the median without a nose so the truck can make that maneuver. Just like I mentioned, the 1982 STAA regulations is what really set the standard federally. So this is for interstate trucks, so trucks that are traveling across state lines. This is the requirements for those trucks. Very similar to California. They're not that much different. It's really the length of the truck, like I mentioned. But now the fun part. So these are the federal regulations on when truck drivers are mandated to stop. So HOS means hours of service. That's regulated by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA, which is part of USDOT. In 2019, and this is when we probably all started seeing a lot more trucks parked on the sides of freeways, on our on and off ramps, parking randomly in cities, and it's the electronic logging devices. So those are the devices that are actually on the trucks. Most of the time before then, truck drivers were smart.
Handwrite it.
Yeah, and they had 2 logbooks. So they would have the one when they got pulled over that showed one thing, and they can't do that anymore. So now when they have to stop, they have to stop. Otherwise, they face up to a $16,000 fine. 3 citations, they can lose their driver's license altogether. So when you see them stopped, a lot of times they don't want to stop in those places that aren't safe. It's just they don't want to lose their job. So that's part of what we're facing in the city and what we're starting to see more of. And as I mentioned earlier, that demand of however many truck trips you have, either 10% are stopping for 30 minutes or 20% of them are stopping for about 10 hours to meet this requirement. And this dives into where we are now. So,
Jolene, before you
Yeah.
get into that, you made the comment that the truck gross weight was 80,000 pounds. That's truck, trailer, and cargo, correct?
correct, that's the total weight.
And so have there been any future forecasts in terms of going to electric trucks where if they are heavier with their batteries, therefore they are carrying a lighter load, or if they're trying to move the same amount of product, it's going to require more trucks?
Yes.
Okay, so
We are
Brainiacs are
all-
working on it, correct?
Yeah, and the state has provided I think it's 2,000 pound overage. It's 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, but the batteries weigh about 8. So they're still heavier, even with that additional leniency towards allowing electric trucks to be slightly heavier.
Okay, so potentially if
still
we go
more
that
trucks.
route completely, then to move the same amount of goods, you're going to see more vehicles.
Unless we're moving potato chips, yes.
Okay.
Yes, they cube
right.
out before they weigh out.
Thank you.
And before you go into the community focus, my understanding is that there is some type of pilot program on the 10 freeway starting out in Texas with some federal funding to set up truck parking areas. Are you familiar with that at all?
I am. Yes, there was a federal grant that came through infra, and it's all 3 states. So it's 4 states. So California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. It's ITS, so it's supposed to be telling drivers ahead of time how many truck parking spaces are available at different locations. It's not necessarily building more truck parking though, and we still have a shortage. So it's solving part of the problem with at least giving drivers advance warning that there's not going to be a place for them to park if they keep going, so maybe park sooner. So it'll help alleviate some of that demand, but there's still just not enough truck parking, period.
Do you think there is any federal funding along the Interstate 10 for helping communities like ours finance the truck areas that we need to keep the trucks off our streets?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I know of one that just got funded in Blythe. So, and it's 0 emission. So it's being made capable to plug in trucks, so charging them, or even just using auxiliary power in the meantime before the electric trucks are on the road.
Okay, thank you. We should look into that. I know I'm gonna.
I could.
If I were following social media, I know I'm gonna get creamed for that comment. But,
We are going to provide a little bit of that information in the report that'll come out of the work that we're doing right now. So we will
Perfect.
have those sources available.
Thank you.
Sure.
And this might be answered in the future, thank you, Mayor, as that, do you know of any cities that are taking the initiative themselves to provide parking on city land or so forth?
Yes, but not in California so far.
And how have you seen the liability work on that?
They've actually worked through those issues pretty easily. It's not as bad as you would think. So we have there's actually a really good example from New York, Elmira, New York. They had a public piece of land that was underutilized. The community was concerned about trucks parking where they're not supposed to, so it was really a public-private partnership that ended up coming out of that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'd like to hear more about that as you go in the
Jolene,
Sure.
didn't you also mention that the warehouse development should be providing some area for trucks to
Yes.
sleep?
I absolutely think that, and I will get into that in just a second.
I was thinking the same thing. It helped if you went first.
Well, hopefully it's not too late to, at least for some of the new development coming in.
All right,
know
I don't
you
see
have
any
quite a
lights on up
bit of
here, so
demand.
continue, please.
Okay. So the zoning, we know that we have a lot of industrial development that's happening. Most of it's happening. I mean, I commend you for how you have held the line with keeping your residential and your other sensitive receptors separate from where all your industrial development is going. I've worked in a lot of places, and you guys are doing a really good job on that front. And especially at looking at everything that's proposed. We are going to have a capacity issue on roadway network availability, especially at the interchanges, but we know that there's a lot of work being done on that front. Overall, it's just taking a look. So the green on the line, the green on the map, those were all of the truck routes that were originally in the most recent general plan. Those are the ones that we started with and started looking at all the different land uses and making sure that we had access to all the planned and approved projects. And just to give you a sense of traffic, though, where the trucks are coming from and going to, and this is probably one of the biggest challenges for the city. The majority of them, when we pulled GPS data. This is from real trucks that are coming to and leaving Beaumont. The majority of them are coming in from the west on the 10 and leaving and going back to the west on I-10. So it's about a 30-30 in both directions. It's almost exactly the same. So getting to westbound 10 is the problem, especially from that area. It doesn't leave a whole lot of options. And that's where we started running into how do we make sure we're making all of this work.
Jolene, was that study done prior to the Badlands being expanded with the truck lanes and so forth? Is this new data or?
This is new data from last year.
Oh, wow, okay.
So this is streetlight data.
All right, good to know.
We also looked at Geotab, which is another GPS data source that's really good with helping us understand truck moves.
And so we need a good solution to get from the south side of this freeway to the 10 westbound without too much disruption, but good luck, right?
Yes, exactly. Beaumont's tough, Oak Valley is tough, so we do have one idea that we think might at least help alleviate some of it. I don't think I need to dwell a lot on everything that we know is coming up. I think we all have a pretty good understanding of all of the major development, how many millions of square feet we're talking about. I think one of the more critical slides is looking at some of what's happening next door in Banning. We know that there are two other major developments. I think the one Sunset Crossroads might be helpful because it'll help with Sun Lakes Boulevard being created and pushing all of the truck traffic to Sunset Avenue, which would add an additional interchange and alleviate some of what we're seeing on Highland Springs. But this one is the one that I thought would be really helpful. The numbers are kind of small, but those are how many, we pulled this directly out of the traffic impact studies for these projects where it was available. These were the truck trip numbers per day associated with these projects. So going back to that 1 in 10 and 1 in 20 number of the truck parking issue, I mean, just Legacy Highlands alone, you're looking at 1,300 trucks that might be needing
Wait,
to
does
stop.
that say 13,000?
Yes,
Okay.
that's per day.
Per day?
Yeah, but 1,300 of those are going to need to take a 30-minute break.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
650 of those are going to need to park for 10 hours. Where are you putting these truck parking spaces?
So to pause on that, I think that's a good thing for our land use committee to look at. So
And
there's
this is
room.
where that opportunity for the on-site.
Yeah.
So I saw that in your plus policy, which I thought was great, providing for off-street truck parking as part of the development. And one of the things that we've been seeing happen is on their site plans, they'll say truck parking, but it's really trailer storage. They don't allow the truck drivers to actually park there. So how you condition these through the development agreements or through other things to make sure that those are actual truck parking spaces. The drivers have, if they're going to turn off their truck and idle, that they're not sitting out in 110-degree weather with no air conditioning, or if it's freezing, they're not in their truck without a heater. So having access to restrooms within these facilities, a break room within these facilities, that's how you're going to make a difference with the truck parking issue. That's how you're going to get the trucks off the street. Yeah, we're good? Okay, so the only other thing I was going to mention on the STAA route, the only one you have is on Route 79. So that is the only one in the community that's called a terminal access facility. So this is a Caltrans designation for, you can barely see it, it's like, but yeah, blue between 79 and 10. So that's the only corridor in the city that is designated for STAA.
Oh, gotcha.
And it's only that segment. Correct. Right. Yeah, so if there are any other ones that end up being designated over in the industrial warehouse to facilitate movements that might need to accommodate those interstate trucks, there are some really good design standards through Caltrans for how to designate those and design those and make sure that you have adequate space to accommodate those moves. As far as the overall truck route map, this is what was in the general plan. What we think is really, well, I'm going to skip ahead real quick and come back to this in a moment. Pennsylvania was one that we took a close look at. We also looked at, we know that there's a new one that's being proposed, and that's not on this map. And that's the Louis Estrada that goes along I-10. And we also looked at removing the First Street piece. Well, California was the other one that we looked at, California to 6th. So you can see that on the map. The north-south is really the problem, though, because to get to 10 West, it's really California north. That could be accommodated in the future by Potrero. It's just that exit when you're going eastbound. If you were to take Potrero, get on eastbound 60 to get to westbound 10, but you have to exit, and there's no stop control, there's no traffic signal, but that's probably one of the least impactful places for those trucks to be able to make that move to get onto westbound 10. Otherwise, you're having them go up Viale to 6th, or you're having them go up congested Beaumont. You're trying to keep them off of California, I think, in the future. So there really are limited north-south ways to get onto that westbound 10. In Oak Valley, we're already seeing that interchange be inundated, and there's a lot of development happening up by just north of Oak Valley. So,
and we're impacted greatly from that everything on that south side of the freeway for Tournament Hills and Fairway Canyon for housing is impacted because we have one high school on the north side of town. So
yeah.
Another issue. So most of the traffic I see right now is cars. I don't see that many I see an occasional semi come through there. Late at night, you see more semis than cars, but they run 24 hours out of those warehouses. But that's a big problem over there.
Yeah, I was expecting there to be a lot more truck traffic on Oak Valley than I saw. I didn't notice very much at the time that we did a couple of drives a few different days out here just looking for those trucks.
And I've seen a few head south on Potrero, or just get on the 60 and then head east. There's that. When you go south on Potrero, you can go east onto the 60 freeway, and so I'm seeing more trucks heading out of town that direction versus going to Oak Valley and going out the 10. So I think, but then they get jammed up at the 91 and the 215. Yeah.
Getting this 30% to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
thing is the amount going out the 10, in and out. And
Yeah, and we know there are quite a few improvements that are on the book. So the Potrero interchange is one that we think will be really helpful. But also the improvements to Pennsylvania, Highland, and the Oak Valley interchanges, those will be helpful. And the grade separation on California. But again, I think that California, the more we've looked at it, that's a great corridor for your residents, for your pedestrians, for your bicyclists that live in that area along 4th Street. So trying to take the trucks off of California to the extent possible is what we've been trying to focus on, and push them to the other corridors. And just to give you a sense of what we started looking at too with some of these. So these are turning radius for trucks. And you can see that they have trouble making those corners. So the very first square shows it overtaking the corner in order to make that turn. If it didn't overtake that corner, it'd be overtaking the northbound left turn lane, so into oncoming traffic. So I think what trucks end up doing is they wait until that left turn pocket clears out, and then they make that turn if they need to make that turn. But most of them will just avoid that altogether. So we did the same thing for Louis Estrada, and that was the one that was probably the most difficult because of the angle of that. It's a really tough turn for trucks to make. So the potential for taking some right-of-way there on the corner. We also thought you might be able to make Louis Estrada one-way eastbound, but not sure how much of an impact that would have on some of the uses along Louis Estrada, or if that was even a feasible solution to it. But it's either a design improvement there for that corner, or looking at a one-way operation.
So with that example there of Veely and Louis Estrada, that's if a truck's going eastbound. Do we have trucks that are going north on Veely and trying to get on the 60 or the 10 freeway that way?
They are, and that's a perfect segue.
Okay.
The way they're supposed to go right now, how it was envisioned, is that they would go Viale to First and then up California. But we're trying to eliminate them from California and 6th. So there are two different options here. The one that was floated was using Louis Estrada, so Viale up to Louis Estrada, and then going up Beaumont Avenue onto the freeway. Another option that's not shown on here, but would be a combination of the two. It would go down Viale, across First, all the way to Beaumont, and then up Beaumont Avenue. So it eliminates two issues, the one turning radius issue with Louis Estrada, and then also the closely spaced intersections when First gets close to Beaumont.
But unfortunately, Beaumont Avenue is jacked up too.
Yes, but it's going to be improved, right?
We're working on it, little at a time.
So those are the ideas that
Okay,
we've come up with so far.
if I can get your attention back then to the left photo where you're going up California to 6th. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, because 6th, then they can choose if they're getting on the 10 or the 60 right there.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, all right, I'm good.
Yeah,
Mr. White, do you have your light on?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the V-League to First to Beaumont. That works. It works now. I've seen trucks go there, and they get right on the 10. And yeah, we do need to improve that interchange, and it is on our list of improvements. I did have a question for you, and I don't know if you're going to get to it because I think you do when I read your plan on how we deal with Highland Springs, and because. Yes. The fact that it's a city limits, and we can do whatever we want to do on our side, but our our neighbor would not be able to do what, there would be a lot of angst between the two cities if we took an approach that we don't want you going down Potrero and going in front of all of our residents there, and they have those be impacted by all of the development that they're doing east of Highland Springs on, what is that, First or Second? First.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's First.
Sun Lakes in that area.
And this is, so Robert gave us a really good background story on everything that's transpired, and even the residents there being a little bit concerned, being surrounded by these facilities that are being approved. But what we think we can do for Highland Springs, unfortunately, those retail centers that are there, when we were out there, we saw 2 trucks at the time that we were out there that were heavy trucks that were servicing that retail area. So you don't want to prohibit trucks from being able to access those facilities that are in your jurisdiction, let alone on the other side, on the Banning side. But south of First Street, I don't see why you couldn't prohibit trucks. And especially if you're working with Banning. One thing that I did notice in the environmental document for the Sun Lakes Village project is that they said trucks would be encouraged to use Sunset. If the city's serious about that, it's working with the city, having Beaumont work with Banning and see if they can design the entrances to make it really difficult for trucks to make a left in or a right out. So there are improvements that you can do to the driveways and also cuts in the median that would encourage trucks to go the direction that you'd like them to.
I'd like to add something to that. Staff did reach out to Banning staff counterpart. They're obviously not here. We did invite them, but they had other meetings to attend. So I don't want to frame anything that would put them where they'd have to defend themselves, but it is Banning's intent, at least at the staff level, to use and designate in the city of Banning, Sun Lakes Boulevard as a truck route all the way to Highland Springs, and then Highland Springs all the way to the 10 as a truck route.
That's not helpful.
Yeah.
And that's primarily because they have to wait for the development that's going the other way on Solera or what, I'm not sure what the street is called.
Sun Lakes.
Is it First?
Sun Lakes Boulevard.
Sun Lakes Boulevard. So Sun Lakes Boulevard, you showed a slide earlier of a project that's coming in east of the project that the community's all concerned about. Yeah, the big red project. That doesn't get punched through until that project gets approved, my understanding is, right?
Yeah,
that
Sunset
developer's going to pay
Crossroads.
for that.
So are they planning to make that a truck route for both of those projects? Or, I mean, I'm assuming they would encourage trucks to take that and.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have their entire picture of what they're intending to do. It's just some communication between my counterpart at the city of Banning. They are concerned with when the I-10 is shut down, they want to designate a continuous truck route through Banning that's obviously off the 10 freeway, so they can, mitigate where those trucks are going when the freeway is closed. And so far, it looks like it's Sun Lakes Boulevard.
But if that were the case, then they would have to come south on Highland Springs, which is all Beaumont, and impact what's happening on our side of Highland Springs. That's why Highland Springs is such a difficult problem to tackle.
Yeah, and if it's, I guess that's one of the things, they don't necessarily need to designate a route for trucks. I mean, as long as trucks aren't prohibited, if there's an incident on the freeway and the freeway shut down, they're going to find the next closest thing. And if you wanted signs that, in case of an incident, this is like an alternative truck route, to avoid them using 6th instead, I'm sure we'd rather see them on Sunset or Sun Lakes and First than going through 6th Street, which is what I think a lot of them do right now when there's incidents on the freeway.
Yeah, right now, they run down 6th Street.
Yeah, I know I've done it. So I think that's something that just being careful about how my recommendation, at least from looking at what I've looked at so far, is not to put truck routes on streets unless you really want trucks on those streets. You're just not prohibiting them. So they can still use those facilities. You're just not encouraging them to take those facilities. So California, 6th Street, Pennsylvania, and Highland Springs, I think we could remove the designation of truck routes, but the trucks can still use them. It's just, you're not saying, hey, please use this street. It's if you need to access a site that's on that facility, then yes, you can use this street. But I think we could designate some of those others, like Viale to First to Beaumont. You could designate that as a truck route since they're already using it, and it seems to be a good place for trucks to go. Yeah, and you could go Louis Estrada, also designate Louis Estrada as a truck route.
Louis Estrada, that's already identified in the city as a truck route, correct?
Not in the general plan. It wasn't one of the ones that was identified originally, but I know it's something that Public Works staff has been looking at as an alternative. So there's some signage and striping that goes along with that.
Because there's a truck route sign on Louis Estrada.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not identified in the general plan. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's where I was confused, okay.
We did at a previous meeting, I believe maybe a year and a half ago, council instructed us, Public Works, to take a look at reducing the truck traffic from Beale to 6th Street, both northbound and southbound. And one of the initial step was to widen the radius of
Right.
Louis Estrada at Beale and allow truck traffic to go there. And then, depending on how successful that was, implement further restrictions like potentially closing Veely at the 6th intersection, or some type of narrowing of the road, or pork chop islands.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it never escalated beyond widening.
We
Louis
did cut
Estrada.
that back though, right, Robert?
Yeah.
We did cut it though.
Yeah, the radius that we installed is 35 foot, because that was the largest we can
We
put
can
on
do
that
at the
corner
time.
without impacting the homeowner, or taking right away.
Right.
Paracone sits on that corner?
No, it's a trucking company.
It goes behind it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, Robert, I'm glad you brought that discussion up because did you, when the idea of closing down Veely just past Louis Estrada so they can't go under the freeway, did you take a look at what that impact would do to all the other surrounding paths and projects? Because when that came up, that was a big issue that we were not comfortable at the time of doing that, but it did make a lot of sense in some ways. So, but then the thought is, if you close that down, you fix Louis Estrada, does that solve the problem? But then no one's coming down. I guess it's another way to get them off of. That's Veely, Veely and California, pretty much, right?
Right.
Okay.
And from what I heard, going south on Viale was not as much of an issue as that northbound move because it requires the move onto 6th Street.
Right. Right.
A lot of information. Are there any other questions?
I say, what's next?
What's our
Yeah,
next?
the next step is if you're in agreement with what we're recommending, then we'll wrap this all into a report. So you'll have a draft report and you can look through the recommendations, see the data that we've collected. But that's really our next step unless you have specific requests or comments.
I'm in favor of that.
In addition, I just want to add, there are several intersections that Jolene had identified in this presentation, but there are far more that will require, increasing that radius from, like in the example of Louis Estrada, it's 35 feet. It's not, the trucks that are using it can make that maneuver through there, but if we start enforcing these truck routes, we will have to widen some of these intersections using radius, larger radii, or, like Jolene had said, some of them are 2 lanes already. Maybe we're just gonna have to omit medians. there'll just be some investment from the city into making these options realistic to truckers.
Would that kind of information be in the next report that you're asking us if we are in favor of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing that I did forget to mention, though, about some of the design standards. So First Street. So First Street currently has a striped bike lane. There aren't a lot of residential uses along First, so we couldn't figure out who's using it or what the utility of that is. I can see enhancing the bike lane on Fourth. Fourth makes a lot more sense, and eliminating the one on First. So, I mean, the last thing you want is just a striped bike lane on a narrow road adjacent to trucks that can't see the bicyclists. So that's going to be one of our other recommendations, would be to eliminate that bike lane on First.
Do you have anything else?
No, I think it's a good idea to have the report all put together, and then I need to talk about numbers and stuff when we get it back to start seeing what our investment's gonna be, and look at it totality, so.
And is that something then, as if there's, obviously infrastructure improvements that are gonna be needed and maybe even right away and so forth acquired, that's something that could be then put together as a package and then accounted for in the next, project that's coming to approval or coming for an approval? Okay.
We would have to put some dollar amounts to the recommendation.
Okay. Mr. White?
Would that require a nexus study to be able to move forward with those kinds of improvements that we need and condition all of the projects that you're showing on there coming in? We would need a nexus study to say, okay, if you're going to impact these 3 interchanges, we need X amount of dollars to fix those. Would your report put us in a position to do that better?
Yeah, I'd like to maybe research that a little bit more. Initially, I don't think you need a nexus. I think those are improvements that are required and impacted by that development.
Okay.
But I'd like to.
But right now, we're not using those specific ideas of improving the radius on those interchange. We're not using that right now in our impacts for the projects that are coming in that area?
Yeah, we are not.
Okay.
Conditions of approval like that, in our experience, are pretty easy for developers to agree with.
Pretty what?
They're pretty easily agreeable to just an intersection improvement like that. If you're asking for an interchange improvement, those are a few more millions. So those are the ones where they start raising questions. But with those intersection improvements aren't significant, and usually you can put them into the development agreement.
Good to know. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something to add?
So I think that would be good, Robert, if you would look into some of that, though, just to make sure that we don't need a nexus study. The other thing is, as you do those, I know one of there's a city, I think I want to say Seasfield, that's also using roundabouts and pork chops to help direct truck traffic away from areas that they don't want. Will your report include that as recommendations as well? Or is that not a part of this?
What you're doing on California and 6th is ideal. That will certainly, that will make the trucks stay away.
Trucks and roundabouts don't mix, is that what you're saying?
They go over them very well.
So you're talking about from the report that we got regarding our downtown roundabouts?
Yes,
Okay.
so I thought that was a great deterrent for trucks using that corridor. We don't have any other recommendations that I've, right now, like eliminating Pennsylvania, that's pretty easy because it's very difficult for them to make that southbound left or southbound right. So some of the deterrents that you would otherwise need are already physically out there in the environment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So, all right.
Done yet, or
No.
keep going?
When we punch Second Street through, then we can make that more of a focus for passenger vehicles more so than trucks, right?
I believe so.
Would you recommend on that stretch of Pennsylvania that we just widen, making that prohibited to trucks?
On the segment that's south of I-10?
on Pennsylvania from First Street all the way up to,
The future extension.
Yes, so the future extension, yes, if you want to keep trucks off of that, yes.
What if
So we
you,
could remove the whole extent of Pennsylvania if that's the preference.
but Lloyd, aren't the trucks that are really going to service the large stores going down Second Street? So what if Second Street became the truck route versus?
I would have them, I think Second Street is the secret to our, all the traffic problems we have over there. But I think right now they go down First Street and then they don't use Pennsylvania. They don't need Pennsylvania now because they can't use it anyways.
Not this.
So they're going a different direction. I think we just encourage that to continue.
Okay.
Do we need to look at road standards as far as design, thicknesses of asphalt or concrete on these truck routes? So is that something that you're looking at as well?
We do. That's obviously a little bit more invasive than just widening a curb. But
Right.
yeah, these truck routes should have a much thicker, stronger section.
So is that something you're gonna consider when you put this together? Because if we're gonna do, for example, like changing the radius on something, we wouldn't wanna do it the old way, right? We'd wanna, if it's for truck roads, wouldn't we wanna do an increased space or on something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would warrant some more thought and discussion on
Okay.
how we approach that. If it would be like a CIP or if we're gonna make developers increase that
Sure.
section or a combination of that.
Okay, thank you.
Last question I have, Jolene, is any identified truck route is going to accommodate traffic either direction, is that correct? We're not going to say, okay, a truck can only go northbound on this road?
That's,
Or is that up to us to make that decision, and does it just make it so complicated it's not worth trying, or?
I don't think I've ever seen it where trucks are permitted in one direction and not the
Okay,
other.
all right, good to know. Okay. All right, we're good, staff good? Robert? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
all right.
both very
Jolene, thank
much.
All
you.
right, thank you.
Okay, on to item J3, revisions to the policy on land use and sensitive receptors. We are just on a roll with these tonight, aren't we?
Whew.
All right, staff report by Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. You all are fairly familiar with this, so I won't belabor the staff report. Most recently, back in February, we had some discussion on the community benefit section to the PLUS policy. At that time, the language in the community benefit section was essentially approved by council. However, there was some other discussion and recommendations to the policy that needed to be looked at. So in April 23rd, the land use subcommittee met to discuss the additional amendments to the policy. What you have before you tonight is in your packet, both a red line version and a clean version of the proposed changes. The red line version shows the recommended change and then whether or not the PLUS committee concurred or what their comment was. And then the clean version essentially shows all the comments either incorporated or left the same depending on what the PLUS policy recommendation or the PLUS committee's recommendation was. With that, I'm happy to either walk you through the document itself or just answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line? Rudy, do we have any callers on the line? Check back.
All right, so if he chimes in, let me know. So in terms of council comments, I read through it, I think that I think the proposed changes are appropriate, and I think they're good there. I'd be okay with a motion if there was no
Mayor,
questions.
I'll move to approve the clean version.
I'll second.
I didn't see a specific what I'm supposed to tell you as far as staff recommendations. But anyways, that's my motion.
Staff's recommendation is to hold discussion and then adopt the PLUS recommendation as proposed, but
That's my motion.
So we'll,
Okay.
Perfect.
and I'll second adopting as proposed.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. So on to item J4, fiscal year 2023 to 2024, third quarter budget amendment and staff report by Claudia Shedd.
So Mayor and Council, I'd like to introduce you to Claudia. She is our budget specialist. She's been with us 6 months now. And so as part of our succession plan, we are encouraging mid-level managers to give staff reports to council as part of their growth.
Welcome, Claudia. Glad to have you. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me and having me for so late. I'll make it quick. It is, this presentation is going to be for third quarter budget adjustments. We only had 4. This is the budget adjustments recommended for self-assurance. Public Works did receive a grant for SB 1383, and we'd like to use part of that grant for this fiscal year. The remaining will be rolled into next fiscal year. We'd also like to do a budget recommendation for AMR funds. That's going to be used for police and fire supplies. And lastly, it's the CIP budget adjustments, which council approved on May 7th. All of these attachments are part of the staff report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. And Claudia, to help me out, can you explain what the AMR funds are?
Sure.
I looked that up online and I get I don't get the right thing, so I
I
couldn't
can
find
give
it.
you a quick rundown if you'd like.
So these are AMR funds that they receive annually. And I think these are the remaining funds that are from the fund balance that they're using.
Is that within the city's budget already? Or does that come
Yes,
out
it's
externally from the county or something?
It's
or?
already part of the fund balance, and so they're, police and fire are just asking to use that balance that they have already.
Gotcha.
Currently, when AMR does not meet their requirements for response times, they're fined. And typically, these are referred to as AMR funds because they're not meeting their response times. So these are funds given to the cities in which they have not met their obligations.
That's correct. Yes, and we place them in a special revenue fund. And so there's available funds from a few of the year's payments that we've received that they would like to spend for some of the fire services.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you both. Okay. All 3, yeah. Okay.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the budget adjustments for fiscal year 23-24 as outlined in the attachments.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. And so on to item J5, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of April 2024.
And because this item involves my law firm, I'm recusing myself.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion or motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the invoice of $115,842.02.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. Okay, on to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
No legislative update this evening, Mayor. This week, we'll see the end of, or the close of the legislative session. And next council meeting, we'll have a better idea of what bills have made it out of their respective houses, and we'll be heading to the governor's desk.
Okay, thank you. And then item L, economic development update.
So our PIO, Miss Julie Van Hook, is going to give our economic development update this evening.
All right.
Well, good evening. So a couple months ago, when I presented the communications strategic plan, I believe it was Councilmember Lloyd who made a comment about movie theater advertisement with regards to our business incentive program. And so about a month ago, well, a couple weeks ago, we filmed the 30-second video snip for Beaumont Downtown Incentive Program with our mayor, and we have that here for you as a preview. It will showcase in the movie theater June 7th for the next 3 months.
You mean the audio that got slipped in accidentally at the beginning of the meeting?
As a secret preview to the
Right.
That was
main
not
event.
directed by anyone up here.
I didn't do it. Wasn't me.
So if Rudy or
All right, we got a
okay, they
thumbs
have
up in the
that?
back
Yep.
there. Okay. All right, here we are. Hi, I'm Mayor David Fenn from the City of Beaumont. Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Beaumont's Business Incentive Program offers a range of benefits to eligible businesses. Whether you're a startup or an established business aiming to expand in one of the best locations in Southern California, our program is here to help you succeed. Come to Beaumont and let your business dreams become a reality.
Encore.
I felt like I was shouting and I forgot I had the microphone in my pocket. Oh, thank you. So
I
there'll
was
be
wondering what that was in his pocket.
so there'll be a little call to action at the end of that video, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And so go to the movies.
You're the first one with an ad. Look at
Yeah,
that.
and it was kind of funny because we asked us who should do it, and Mr. White down at the end, he says, "Hey, I think we should have our mayor do it." There we are. So
Here we are.
8x10 glossies will be available at the end of the meeting.
well, I appreciate that, and I think it's going to be well received. So I think it was fun doing it, and I appreciate the help. Thank you. Anything else to add to that?
We will have our Economic Development Committee meeting regularly scheduled on the second Wednesday of June. And we are up to nearly 40 vendors for Market Night and
Cool.
still taking applications in. So we will keep you updated and likely
exciting.
have an update at the Economic Development Committee meeting, which will be right before Market Night officially, the first night of Market Night.
That is good to hear.
Are we seeing a variety of vendors? We don't have any, and not like a one niche that's like 20 of them?
We don't have an overwhelming amount of any one particular, we've been watching them as they come in, and we can have a breakdown probably at the EDC when we give the overview right before Market Night starts.
Very cool. All right, awesome. Okay, on to item M, our city treasurer's report.
Nothing at this time.
All right, thank you. And we do have a report that was filed in with the agenda. Thank you. And then city clerk's report. Okay. City attorney.
Yes, briefly, just a report on the litigation matters that are pending against the city, where we've actually been served. We still have the Illapatafe matters. We're still working with that property owner on resolving that matter. And there was a meeting here at City Hall last month, and, we're still hopeful that we'll get that wrapped up. But it's been a slow process.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have the Paula Ann Wright versus City of Beaumont case. That's an e-bike accident case where the city is a defendant. The city's, I wanted to make the council aware, the city's legal fees are required to be reimbursed by TriPoint pursuant to an indemnity agreement that the city had with them. And so we have tendered the defense of that to TriPoint, and they are paying the legal fees that the city's incurring. And then also we have the Cesares matter versus the City of Beaumont, and that's a bike accident case as well, not an e-bike, a regular bike. And in that case as well, the city is currently being reimbursed by TriPoint for its attorney fees. And then we have the Baker versus City of Beaumont. This is an officer-involved motor vehicle accident, and this case at the discovery phase. And then we have 3 matters that relate to an officer-involved shooting. Actually, 4 matters. Blackwell versus City of Beaumont, and that was a petition seeking relief from the government claims requirement, and that action was filed in state court. The request for relief from the government claim requirement that they file their claim within a certain period of time was granted by the trial court, and it's now on appeal. And then there's also in that matter a wrongful death case that's pending, and that case is at the pleading stage. And then there's Godart versus the city of Beaumont, and that arises out of that same officer-involved shooting, and that's at the pleading stage. And then the Pietronico case involving the same incident, also at the pleading stage. And then we have Fernley versus the city of Beaumont. This was a trip and fall at Stewart Park while attending the person that was injured. She was attending her child's baseball practice. We tendered this matter to the insurance company for the baseball league, and our attorney fees are being covered under that policy that was obtained and named the city as an additional insured. So our fees are being covered by that insurance company for the baseball league. And then Joseph Faulkner versus Alan Heydrich. This involves an ex-police officer that's suing in connection with a search and seizure that he took issue with. And the search and seizure arose out of a criminal investigation that our police department was conducting. That case is at the pleading stage. And then there's Webb versus the city of Beaumont. This involves a vehicle accident at a traffic light intersection, Highland Springs Avenue and First Street. The allegation is that the intersection lights were not working properly, and we filed a cross complaint against, and I believe we filed and served a cross complaint against the consulting company that was providing consulting services to the city in connection with that intersection. In addition to that, we worked on the Beaumont Point matter that was on the agenda this evening. And we'll follow through with some of the items that need to be addressed in the development agreement that came up during the public hearing tonight. And then also working with the city staff on public contracting issues, land use issues as requested, Brown Act issues, conflict of interest issues that arise. Also employment matters. We recently worked with staff on updating the city's workplace violence protection plan and updating the employee handbook. And then also working with city staff on the development impact fee item that will be coming back to council, I believe, in June. And that concludes my report.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That poses a question. Where's the employee handbook? Was that coming back, or is that improved last time?
No, it'll be on your June 4th.
On the next one. Okay, all right. I thought it was going to be for tonight. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, sir. And then on to city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. As of yesterday, the signal light improvement project at Beaumont and First Street is completed, thanks to Mr. Vestal. We anticipate that Penn and First is soon. We're waiting on Edison still. No.
Edison was able to make their connection. We're now waiting for the contractor to schedule the work.
Okay. And then Penn and First will be finished. Stewart Park bid opening, it closed. We had 4 bids submitted, and we are going through those. So we will be bringing to council the construction award on phase 1. Unfortunately, the bids did come in over what the phase 1 budget was originally earmarked for, and so we're working through that on what our options are before we ask council to award the contract. But I know it's been a hot topic in town, and it is finally here. Construction hopefully will start in the next few months. So that is all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, go right ahead.
Sorry about that. Speaking of lights, are we doing the downtown lights? Do we have an update on those? Are they going in? I think.
I'll let Robert give that. I put the brakes on it because of the Cherry Festival parade. I didn't want exposed, so he's working around the Cherry Festival Parade and the Market Night.
Sure. So June 2nd, or I think June 3rd would be a Monday, you'll see us start attacking the sidewalks in preparation for the streetlights. Unfortunately, that sidewalk is in poor condition, so pretty much all of it will have to be replaced. So that'll go in first, and then we are ordering the lights right now. They do have a 14-week lead time. However, it still falls within the 6-month commitment that staff made when they brought that issue.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that update.
All right, thank you. And on to item Q, future agenda items. We've got 3 items there. Any changes or additions to that? Okay, seeing none. And then on to council reports. Ms. Voigt, can you go first?
Sure, absolutely. I had the Economic Development Committee on the 8th. We have a couple new members that were there at the meeting. I think they're great additions. They brought some high energy, and I am excited to have them there to join our team. And so it was just a good all-around discussion to bring them up to speed. Also attended the police awards that night with all of us up here. It was nice to see all 5 of us there supporting our police department, and I thought it was an absolutely great event. So nice to be able to do that and see all those new members and promotions take their oath and that sort of thing. So fun event. I went to the Calisthenics dinner out in La Quinta, and then went to the Women's Leaders Forum luncheon that was sponsored by none other than our council. So excited to be there as well. It was a great room and event filled with a lot of positive women leaders. So it was great looking at the future. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Mr. White.
So I went to all of the events that Jessica went to, with the exception of the Women's Forum. But
I thought I saw you there. Oh, must have been. No, it wasn't you.
I'm speechless now.
You got him on that one.
It must have been an imposter. Yeah. Unfortunately, I found out that unfortunately, Mobility 21 is again scheduled the same night as our State of the City. Hopefully, we can schedule that better next time. But this year, and it's no slight to Councilmember Martinez, but this year I'm not going to miss it after I saw that video. I'll be there. I will be leaving early, but I will be there. So anyways, that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, so I attended the course of the last youth council, as we reported on earlier. PD awards were outstanding. That was really definitely a step up, and I appreciate everything that was done from all of the awards committee. It was really a classy event, and I really appreciated it, and it was great to see everybody getting awards, and even some of the community members. So that took me off guard. So I was pleased to see that. I attended the Beaumont Unified School District's retirement dinner, and I did go as an employee. No, just attended, wasn't an honoree, unfortunately. I was crying though. I attended as an employee, of course, but I did represent the city as well as city council. So as I talked to cabinet members and their board of trustees and so forth. And congratulations for President Susie Lara. She did a great job addressing the retirement dinner. So that was a good job. And then, of course, the fire station was an outstanding turnout. How can you forget? Outstanding turnout. So thanks to all the staff that really promoted that and set that up and took things down, and it was explorers there, and it was just a really great event. I haven't stopped hearing great things about it from the community. So congratulations for everyone involved in that. That is all.
All right, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. I attended thank you. On Monday, I attended the Pass Zone, WRCOG Pass Zone Executive Committee meeting. We approved the TUF 2024 Pass Zone 5-year Transportation Improvement Program, which included the $13.5 million for Potrero. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. So I had a blast at the fire station open house. I was a little kid out there. I know, huh? And then to add to that, I did attend the Beaumont Chamber Breakfast where we had our Fifth District Supervisor, County Supervisor, Exian Gutierrez, talk about the county programs. And just a reminder, especially when it comes to our downtown revitalization, they have some county incentives on hiring a veteran and hiring a senior, where the employee can get $500 and the employer can get $1,000. And so that's a nice program to have. And they just had endless programs that he was sharing that, and some of those in particular were just in relation to District 5, which we're in. I also attended on the 13th, the VA clinic ribbon cutting in Hemet, and that was quite nice. So we've got great support to our veterans in the area, and that will cut a lot of people's driving time in half by having it in Hemet and serving that community. So we're kind of in the middle of the two, being here in Beaumont, but it's a nice addition. And I think that's all I have to add, because I was at some
Mayor,
of the things that
before
were
you
mentioned.
adjourn, I wanted to add something to the Police Department awards. I just want to let you know, it was a great step up, but I really appreciated, you can tell the chairman who put it together, the flow. The fact that it was just boom, 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 and it really made it a lot more enjoyable event. So I wanted to say that. Thank you.
And to the point, the level of detail, as the awardee was being called, they were cueing them as they were doing the handshakes and so forth, and it just, it was a very, very well-run event, and it was a pleasure to be there. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. White. So with that, we will end the meeting, adjourn at 10:19.